What's happening, y'alls? Welcome to the Solomon Project, where it's not how much you make, it's how much you keep that counts. I'm your host, Richard Burns. Hope everybody's doing well. Let's get this thing up and going. Challenger Deep. What is that? Where'd I get that from? Challenger Deep. It's the deepest part of the ocean out in the Pacific near the island of Guam. There's a trench that runs, looks like a half moon running down. It's called the Marianas Trench. Now, the deepest part of the Marianas Trench is known as Challenger Deep. If you were to put Mount Everest in the trench in the area of Challenger Deep, you would still have another 1 mile, another mile to go up to get to the surface. That's how deep it is. Y'all know how tall Mount Everest is, the tallest mountain in the world. But there it is. And that's deep. That's deep, y'all. That's deep. Hey, Aiden. Hey. Aiden, what's going on, bro? How are you? How are you doing? Didn't Greece just go through something these past couple of days, like 4 days ago? An earthquake or something, or a series of earthquakes? What happened? What happened? Let's copy that. Let's go over here. Let me paste that for a hot second. A little behind schedule. No big deal. No big deal at all. Let me find something. It was very interesting. Let's go see. Let's go see. Are you kidding me? You're live right now? You guys suck, bro. Really, you guys suck. All right. Go to the bar. Let me go to the bang thing. That does okay. Okay. I should be able to find it now. I should be able to find it now. Because this was extremely cool. Something you guys can really get into. If I can find it. As soon as I find it, I'll put it up. No. I'll just go straight to the channel. And let me mute this. I'm not sure, Aiden, if he's going to join or not. I haven't heard from him. Let me go over here. Present arms. Present arms. So let me just forward it a little bit. And 2 lessons from Irv Gotti's passing. So the professor touched upon, hey, Miss Queen. Wow, always a pleasure when you come in. The link is up top. In the event you want to join, you can join whenever you want. You don't even have to ask. 2 lessons from Irv Gotti's passing. The professor touched upon something that was very important, very near and dear to my heart, which has to do with overworking. So I had mentioned before in the past that I had a 5-year stretch where I was working on average 93 hours a week. I worked 7 days nonstop for 5 years straight. Now, the professor was talking about how the fact that Irv Gotti was working so hard for so long, and potentially, I'm not sure. I don't remember if she mentioned it or not, but I know she touched on somebody's diet. But yeah, I worked 93 hours a week on average. And one of the jobs that I had was working for the state. So I would get like maybe 5 hours of sleep a night. And when I would head out to my state job, I would be leaving one job to go to my state job. One job I had a shirt and tie. So I would take off my tie, my shirt, my pants, my shoes while I'm driving, and then put my uniform on, my boots, my uniform pants, my uniform shirt as I'm driving. So I'm taking one set of clothes off while I'm driving and putting on another set of clothes while I'm driving to just make it to work. To just make it to work. I was wearing multiple hats for 5 years straight. Yeah, it is a lot. It's a lot. And it was taking a toll on my body. Now, at the time, I was, amazingly enough, even with all that stuff, I was able to find time within some gaps to be able to maintain myself physically. So I would do exercises at any of the 3 workplaces that I was in. So basically, I had 3 jobs. I guess you could include one more, make it 4. Was it worth it? I think so. I think it was worth it because now my 6 children, they're set. My 6 children are set. They don't know that they're set, but they're set. In that time, with the exception of one thing was really hurting my pockets. It was hurting it real bad. Yeah, one thing that was hurting my pockets and was hurting it real bad. I mean, I'm talking about real bad. Yeah, I got 6 kids. Yeah. But the one thing that was hurting me real bad were the properties that I have, my rental properties. That was putting a serious hole in my pocket. I didn't appreciate that. So when people start talking about real estate and owning property and all that other good stuff, the people that want to sell you courses paint a certain picture. But once you've been there, done that, yeah, you know the pitfalls. That was one of the things that was occupying my time because I didn't have a property manager managing my properties. I was doing it on my own. I learned a great deal from that. But my kids are still set. Here we go. Here we go, Brandon. Here we go. Here we go, Brandon. Aiden was asking if you were going to pop up tonight. I didn't know what to tell him. Uh-oh, you froze on me.
Uh-oh. What happened? Can you hear me?
There you go. Yeah.
Okay.
Now you're good.
Yeah, I'm just pulling in. I had just probably getting into the Wi-Fi transfer, you know.
Queen, I sold all my properties, everything. There's a story behind that. I can't tell it here. But there's a story.
I got a little of it Tuesday night. I got a little bit of it.
Yeah, but I can't give specifics.
Well, don't give specifics.
Mm-mm. A lot of my stuff disappeared. Hey.
Always a pleasure speaking with you, and thank you for your financial advice on Tuesday. I really appreciate that.
How did it go with that?
I haven't been able to move any. I haven't been able to move forward with it.
Okay.
Yet.
Okay.
But at least now I've got a little bit of knowledge. Let me rephrase that.
Nice.
I've got more knowledge. I got more knowledge than I started with. So,
thank you, D.
Thank you.
Thank you, D, for the support.
How you doing tonight, Solomon?
Thinking about what the professor has spoken about in her live today, which had to do
that was kind of deep. Yeah. I'm sorry.
I it wasn't just me. There was I remember this one coworker of mine. So at my state job, you could do doubles. I wasn't doing doubles. I was doing singles. The whole purpose of me changing from one facility to another was to have the seniority available, so I didn't have to be mandated to work another shift.
Yeah.
And the way it worked is that you have to work the entire shift. It's not like you weren't working an extra 2-3 hours. No, you're working an extra 8 hours.
Mm-hmm.
Basically 8 hours and 15 minutes because you have to dedicate 15 minutes to roll call. So you had 8 hours and 15 minutes. So this guy, he was an overtime freak. This guy, I think it was for 90 days straight. I think for 90 days straight, he worked doubles for 90 days straight. So 16 hours and 15 minutes every day for 90 days straight. It got to a point where he was so tired. He told me that he didn't know whether he was going to work or going home. He was just out of it. And the only way he knew if he was going home or going to work was figuring out what the next exit was. When he saw the next exit, that's when he knew whether he was going home or whether he was going to work.
Yeah.
Workout freak. Overtime freak. But
yeah.
I had other jobs, so
yeah, no, I feel that way sometimes with my job. I work doubles 6 nights this week.
Yeah.
You know, taking care of little parties, this and that. And it's not like hard work. I'm not gonna say it's hard work. But one thing that I could relate with their video that did you watch the entire video that Miss Helms put up?
I was on the live. Yeah.
Okay. I watched her entire review, and I could relate in so many ways. Number one, the guy working so much. And I believe he passed it 54 years old.
Yeah.
Is that? Yeah.
He passed.
And
54,
yeah, that's insane. But I can relate because I'm on the same freaking position, so many ways, because I'm working so much and I'm eating crap. You know, I'm making all these great dinners for everybody and this and that, but in the end of the day, I'm working. I'm just grabbing whatever's laying around, and generally it's a hot dog for lunch, or whatever.
Are you working that many hours for the same reason that Irv Gotti was working all those hours?
Not, I couldn't make anything that he did by that
But the
plan.
reason.
But
what about the reason behind you're working so many hours?
I may have missed that then, because the reason that I do it is because to support my family and make money.
Okay.
Um,
Because the money he was making was way beyond that.
yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah.
So that's why the professor posed the question. When is money that important that you're gonna impact your health and your life?
Yeah. Well, that's that I touched on it too, as well as it hit me because what I'm doing everything. I'm doing it for my children. I'm doing it, and I guess I don't know if he had a family or not. I'm not sure about that.
Yeah, he had a family. Yeah, he had a family.
Yeah. So if you got a family, yeah, I'm willing to sacrifice everything to make sure that they're set up. Whole reason that I bought a house, and the whole reason that I do what I do. 100%. When it comes to the end of the day, it's to make sure that they're secure.
Yeah. Yeah.
And
Yep.
will I do unhealthy things to make sure that my kids have a safe future? Yeah, definitely. I'll walk the tightrope.
You'll do it.
Yeah, I'll walk the tightrope for my kids, my family. Yeah, sure.
Okay.
100%.
Okay.
When you come from a lesser, when you come from a place where you don't have much means, you generally have got that aspect. When you have that opportunity.
Well, it'd be good. See, I try to reach out to as many people that I can.
You have that
Whoa. I'm serious. Hey, Average Asia, how are you? First time here? No? Well, see, the thing is, the reason, the whole point of me making the previous channel that I lost and then continuing on with this one was that I wanted to reach a certain group of people, which is where I was raised, which is the hood.
Mm-hmm.
I wanted people to have a different perspective, either by adopting it through like what I present here on my channel, or maybe sparking something in them to maybe want to look in other directions and get some more information about how to get out of the hood. The hood is a crazy place. The hood taps into so many emotions that serve as obstacles for people to get out.
Yeah.
Really tough. So what you did is probably considered exceptional. What some
Yeah.
of the people that sub to
I
my
consider
channel, for some of the people that sub to
no.
my channel that are from the hood, again, exceptional.
Yeah, no, I agree 100. I'm a lucky motherfucker, man. That's all. That's what I call myself, man. You know,
Yeah.
it's yeah. And I'm not gonna say I was raised in the hood. I wasn't raised in the hood, but I spent time in the hood. You know what I mean? I
Yeah.
don't know if that makes sense or not.
I can
Um,
understand that. I could understand. It's a little different when you live there and you have no choice and you wake up to go to school and you walk out of your apartment and there's a whole bunch of noise and there's the smell of piss in the hallway and might hear some people arguing. You go downstairs out of your building. You look to your left, to the right. You look across the street to see if any one of your friends from the block are there that you can
yeah,
go off to school together. That way you don't have to walk alone. Because once you walk alone and
yeah,
you get off the main road to get to the school, you might encounter some challenges. And depending
yeah,
on your age, those challenges could be deadly.
yeah,
So you might want to be able to leave with a friend. The use of school buses weren't a thing in New York City, and let me see. I think that by the time I was 10 years old, I was taking public transportation. So I was taking trains and buses to get to
hmm
school.
yeah,
And for challenges, riding on that train, anything could
hmm
pop off. People have been unalived on the train. People have been stabbed up on the bus over the stupidest thing. People that don't even know each other,
yeah,
things have jumped off. And that's part of the life in the at least the hood I grew up in. That's part of the life.
yeah.
A
No,
little different.
it's similar. It's similar here because I had to take a bus to Belglade, which is you know where Belglade is, in
Hmm.
association with West Palm Beach. I went
Hmm.
to school in Belglade, but I had to
Hmm.
take the city bus to get from my house in West Palm to um, my school in Belglade.
Hmm.
Now I had to take the city bus. There was no um, public or there was no school bus for that.
Hmm.
So at 16 years old, or I'm not even going to say 16. No, I was 14, 13, 14 years
Hmm.
old, you know. Um, but I was riding it through downtown city of Belglade, you know.
Hmm.
Um, and Belglade is predominantly black community.
Hmm.
Um, it's uh agricultural city.
Hmm.
So which means during the summer most people are unemployed.
Yeah.
Um, it's a very high crime rate, very high drug rate, you know.
Hmm.
That's just the area it is. I would have to go through literally the downtown of that on the bus, and there was crazy shit that would happen from time to time,
Hmm.
you know. Um, but like I said, I don't know. I growing up in South Florida, I'm accustomed to that. I'm accustomed to the but I was just talking to somebody from New York today, actually, police officer. Um,
Hmm.
We have police officers that are now staffed at my site just because at my work. I'm talking to him. I thought he was from New York. I thought he served in New York, but he didn't. He was in upstate New York, and they told him. I don't know exactly the details, but I
Mhm.
asked him about the diversity tonight. I was like, how do you feel about the diversity through the rest of the country with Florida compared to most other places? Because I feel that New York and Florida are similar. Now, you grew up in the New York area, is that correct?
I grew up in New York City, in the Bronx
Okay,
and Manhattan.
okay. That that was a pretty diverse area. Am
Well,
I
New York
am
City
I
is the most. New York City has the most diverse uh, areas in the entire country.
mm-hmm.
There's more diversity in just one of our boroughs than the rest of the country. I think
Exactly.
it might be either Brooklyn or Queens. I forget which one. But
Well,
all five boroughs are top six, top seven most diverse areas of the country.
okay. All right. In South Florida, it's extremely diverse as well. You know.
We're
Um.
talking about one city, though. We're not talking about the whole state. That's just one city.
Yeah.
hmm So in New York
Okay.
City, you'll
But well,
find
you go
some
to upstate New York, then
upstate is not as
that's
diverse.
completely different. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's not
Right.
as diverse. But in New York City, you'll
Mm-hmm.
find groups of people from so many different parts of the world. It is absolutely insane.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, I mean, I went to school
No.
with people from Nigeria, from Thailand, from the Philippines, from China, from Japan, from South Korea, from everywhere in the Central America, South America. I mean, I've gone to school or hung out with people from so many different parts. It's crazy the number of different parts of the world.
That's what I'm saying. But my point is the only two places that I know of that are like that in the United States is here in Florida. The diversity in Florida,
hmm
um, that's the only similar thing is I can get is New York. I mean, because I've lived in the South. I've lived in South Carolinas. You know,
hmm
I visited North Michigan. This and that. My point is traveling through all those areas and stuff like that. That the only place that I can compare living in Florida to is New York. Because of the diversity. You know,
hmm
does that make sense?
Yeah, yeah, definitely. It absolutely does.
Mm-hmm.
And going back to what we were talking about
Mm-hmm.
with what people are exposed to in the hood,
Yeah.
wanting to get out for many is priority number one, getting out. When you
Yeah.
got your kids and you don't know what could happen once they step out that door. Like when I was living at my brother's apartment, I started hearing my neighbor from downstairs crying her head off. And then the rest I started hearing the rest of the family crying. Everybody was crying, I mean bawling out. Whoa.
Yeah.
Bawling out. And
What
what
happened?
it was is that one of her sons were unalive in in
Oh,
uh in a robbery.
he was a participant in it, or he was a victim.
He was a victim.
Oh, that's horrible.
And that that's a huge concern for parents in the hood. What happens when your kids step out the door? What's going on there? What's going to happen? Are they going to be okay? Are they going to make it to school safely? Are they going to get jumped? What's going to happen?
Mm-hmm.
So a parent would definitely be motivated to want to get out of the hood as quickly as possible in that particular scenario.
I think everybody does. Everybody does. I mean, I lived there for a short amount of time in my life, but I got out as quick as I could, you know?
I got people my age in my old neighborhoods that are still living in my old neighborhoods.
Yeah.
And aren't thinking about getting out.
Yeah. I know exactly. I know people exactly who you're talking about, you know?
There's Aiden. Aiden says, "Hi, Brandon."
Hey, Aiden. How are you?
So that's
Aiden's in Greece.
right. I remember. So my big question, the thing that stuck out about the professor's live and about this, hey, hi, Aiden, and about this working situation. Well, she chose Irv Gotti, but I'll tell you, for the 5-year stretch that I worked on average 93 hours a week, we're doing pretty good, Aiden. 93 hours a week average for 5 years straight. For me, it worked out. It worked out. I got all 6 of my children all set up, and so they're going to have more options for their future, things that they could choose from.
Mm-hmm.
And with that, I'm good to go now. I'm scaling. I've been scaling down. So that I spend more time at home. It was a sacrifice, and my older children might have missed out on some time with me. Might have. But you're in Japan now, Aiden? Are you there on vacation, or are you going to be hanging out there for a while? What are you doing in Japan? And but depending on what level you're on in society, okay, awesome. What part of Japan are you going to go through? All of Japan? Or are you going to stay in one area? What are you going to do? You in Hokkaido? Where you at? It's 12:40 a.m. No, p.m. Yeah, because you guys are on the other side of the clock. But yeah, for me, it was well worth it. It was a sacrifice that was well worth it, I think.
Well, I think it too.
Okay. Nice.
You established a comfort zone for your children. You know,
children. They don't know they have that. They don't know they have that. They got to work. Yeah. They got to work. They have to understand the value of money. They got to know what it's like to struggle. They have to understand these things.
Like I tell, like I told I'll give you an example. Mm-hmm. I'm coming in here just so I can see the chat on the. If you come in, I told my children that hey, you want to go to college? You got to work for it. You better get straight A's because we can't afford it. You better get some scholarships basically.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
Got to
and
work.
that's
Got to struggle. Got to learn.
my daughter's getting straight A's. Awesome. I
That
made the
is all.
mistake. I made the mistake of saying, "Hey, you get a straight A's. I'm giving you $100." You know.
Take care, Aiden. Thanks for coming on.
Let me log on so I can see the chat because I'm missing out. I'm sorry.
Mm-hmm. You're good.
But yeah, no, I posted you when I'm about to go live, I post everybody come join, you know. So
Right.
hopefully my subscribers, hopefully they commingle, you know.
Mm-hmm. That's a good thing.
No, I think it is too.
For me, it's been hard for me to catch some of the other content creators because like right now,
Hmm.
I, I'm dragging right now, I'm dragging butt right now. Uh, my schedule is not consistent. It changes. Some
Hmm.
days I'm working during the day. Some I'm working throughout the night.
Yeah.
So it's a challenge for me.
No, you keep
And
posting
it's
your
the nature of this. Yeah, and it's the nature of this work.
mm
It's the nature of this work. So soon, I'm gonna scale down. I'm gonna do less work on the road and more at home.
hmm
Generate money through another stream of income. You know.
Well, um, I'm here to support you, bro. You know,
Thank you. Thank you.
100%, one hundred
Thank you.
percent. You've
You got it.
you've all been straight up. That's what I like about you, Solomon. You're straight up, and that's all it takes with me, man. Being straight up. But
Uh,
you're a little bit more. I think you're a little bit more than that. I think you and I have the same sense of humor. You know what I mean?
yeah, definitely. We're there.
We're on the same page. Some
Hmm.
people get offended. Um, I don't want to offend anybody. I don't. I really don't.
No, that's not my
And
goal. That's not my goal.
yeah, mine neither. But just having jokes and having fun with sometimes that offends people. You know.
Yeah, I understand. That's why people can go to other channels. Thank God for the variety that YouTube and other social media platforms provide.
Yeah.
They got so many different places you can go if you want to go. Whatever floats everybody's boat. I'm okay with it.
Yeah.
I like that. I like the fact that there are options. One thing
Of
I
course.
absolutely despise is imposition. When people try to impose something,
Yes,
I
I agree with you
I,
100%.
I
Unfortunately,
despise.
that's why I lost my last support group because I don't tolerate that as well.
Yeah, I don't like that. I don't do it to anybody, and I don't expect anybody to do it to me. I
It's
don't try
so
to impose. See, and the main thing about this, about me presenting what I know about a variety of things here on YouTube, is the fact that I can expose certain things, and everybody that's exposed to whatever I'm talking about, they could do
mhm,
whatever they want. They could do whatever they want. They don't have to listen to a damn thing I say. They could just come up in here just to hear some of the stupid things that I say.
mhm.
Maybe they laugh, maybe they don't, maybe they get offended, like you said, and they disappear. That's all good. But I'm not. I'm not behind anybody. I'm not hanging over somebody's shoulder, constantly pushing them to do something that I want them to do. No, no,
Yeah.
no. I don't have uh
An agenda.
or I'm not all knowing. I'm
Yeah,
not all
no, no.
knowing, and whatever I know is has been a learning process for the amount of years I've been born. And that doesn't mean I've cornered the market on all knowledge. So
Of course. This is what I tell the people that come into work brand new when I work with them. Um, what I tell them is hey, you need to learn something every day. You constantly need to learn. As soon as you stop learning, as soon as you think that you know everything, you become obsolete. That's it. And that's the truth, you know?
oh, yeah, I just give suggestions. I
What's
don't tell
that?
anybody what to do. I just give suggestions. I don't tell anybody what to do.
No,
I
no,
give
I don't either. Everybody lives their own lives, you know? But
yeah,
I'm just saying, as soon as you think that you know everything
yeah. That's a
and that
that's a trap.
you're obsolete. As soon as you
That's a
think that
trap.
you know everything, you're obsolete.
Hmm.
You are
Yeah.
you're going to be because I learn new things from 20-year-olds, you know.
Hmm.
Um I'm almost freaking 50 years old. Not quite, but close,
Hmm.
you know. But I learn new tricks. As long as I'm learning new tricks, I'm still viable, you know. As soon as
Still
you
relevant.
stop it, yeah, as soon as you stop learning those new tricks, and that's when you're obsolete. You're you're done. Time
Yeah,
to retire.
I enjoy learning. Time to retire,
Me
right?
too. Yeah, no, that's exactly. Yeah. But yeah, I enjoy learning too, man. That's why I think that's why me and you
We click,
I think that
we vibe.
yeah, I think so. Do you agree? Do you disagree? I don't know. Do you
I
enjoy
agree.
I love spending time with our conversations. I love having conversations with you.
If it's a type of conversation where we can expand, where we can help each other grow, I love that. I love that.
Yeah. Hmm.
Exposure to certain thought process or processes.
Hmm.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
far more valuable to me than anything else. Hook it up. Okay, yeah.
Hook
Okay,
it
I
up,
know.
son.
I know what the deal is. Hook it. I know what the deal is. That's that's a I see it as a tough situation. I think so. And sometimes I wonder if in your situation you see possibilities to be able to improve your family's condition in whatever way, and there's that one individual that um, wants to say or wants to convince you that that's a terrible idea when they don't even when they haven't even heard the idea or analyzed it, whichever of
Oh
the
yeah.
two. Both. That's a tough situation.
Well, you know what? That happens in life a lot. Where you are on a milestone where you've got to either shit or get off the pot, basically. You know,
Mhm.
is the simplest way to put it. And you get that way. You can listen to people. You know, I'm gonna give you. I'm gonna give you an example. I'm on YouTube. I'm doing it for fun. If I get monetized for it, awesome. That's awesome. I love it. Um, I'm generally just doing it for fun, and I don't because I don't have time in my life to be able to devote to doing it full time. You know?
All right. Well, what about when you have a spouse that when you offer a solution or offer a potential direction that everybody can benefit from, and they just want to shoot it down. And when they do shoot it down, they
Oh
don't even
yeah.
give you a reason. Or
Oh
if you ask for a reason, they just want to shut you down by insulting you or something like that.
oh yeah.
That's
No
a
no.
that, for
I
me.
got more. I got more
That's a
negative.
separate.
I've got more negative responses from the people in my life about going on YouTube than positive.
I don't get it.
That's
Going on YouTube, why?
they just think it's a waste of time, you know.
Okay. I
I'm like,
wonder. I wonder how many people will change their opinion about whether it's a waste of time or not when after you become monetized. I'm curious.
exactly. Well, it's just like Biggie Smalls used to, you know, in his raps and stuff like that, you know. Um, there's, you know, nobody's paying attention to you when you're little, you know.
Well, I tell you what. After now that I'm grown, I thank God that I'm able to either cut people off or just let them leave. I'm,
Or
I'm
tune them out. Just tune them out.
I don't even want to be next to them. I
Mm.
think tuning them out is a lot of energy being expended. I
Mm.
just distance myself.
No, I'm 100% the same way. I'm with you.
Yeah, that that
100%.
that might be what my mother meant when she addressed one of my cousins who was looking for me for some reason. I don't know why.
Hmm.
I wasn't around, and the conversation took a long enough. The conversation was long enough to tell my cousin that I'm strange. that was her. That was what she said I was. She said I'm strange. I'm
Yeah.
not. She said I'm strange. I'm not like the others. And it's probably because of
Do
the
you know what? Go ahead. I'm sorry.
it probably has a lot to do with the fact that I'm not gonna if somebody's a negative in my life, I'm not gonna make an effort to try to uh, keep them
Yeah.
active in my life. I'm not.
Yeah. Yeah. 100%.
I'll either make the effort to stay away from them, or if they decide to stay away, I'm definitely not going to go looking for them. Some
Yeah.
people,
Exactly.
I've noticed, some people feel this longing or this desire to uh,
No,
get
I feel
together with.
100% the exact same way.
I'm not
I
interested
feel
in
the
that.
exact same. Now, this is the thing: is I believe that you have the same mindset that I do, and It's free thinkers is what I call it. It's the only way that I can kind of call it. Basically, people that think for themselves,
Yeah.
and I, there's not a lot of people that do that, you know. And I see that constantly. I see that constantly, and unfortunately, these are the people that are duped by obvious lies and stuff like that. Politically, we're not going to get political, but you understand what I'm saying.
No, I understand 100%.
Okay, so there's very few people that, in my opinion, actually think for themselves, and you know, you're one of them, and that's why I think I click with you because I'm not going to be told what to do. I'm not going to be told what to think. I'm not going to be told, you know. That's why I appreciate you. That's why I enjoy when I have a conversation with you, you know. It's not there's no
There's no what? No, there's no judgment.
there's no well
There's no
not
telling
that.
you. There's
There's
no telling
no
you how you're supposed to be.
exactly. It's not like you know, I how do I say it? There's not many free thinkers. Um you think for yourself, and I believe that. I believe that
Okay.
you make your own opinions. You've already proven that. Um you've already proven that with things that have happened in the past. But the fact that you think for yourself and make your own opinions and are not afraid to do that, you know, that's that's not a that's not something that's a standard. That's a rarity. Does that make more sense?
I think I believe I understand exactly what you mean.
Mm-hmm.
I think so. I think that that's a trait that could save people in the hood because at some point in time, if you're in the hood, you're going to need something in your personality that says, I don't need to continue down this path, or I don't need to experiment with anything these people around me are doing.
Mm-hmm.
And it brings me back to this one individual that I went to school with, I went to college with.
Go on, please.
His street name is Supreme. That's his street name. I knew him by his
Mm-hmm.
street. I never addressed him by his real name. Not because I didn't want to, is because I never bothered to ask, and I wasn't really around any of his circles that, or his circle of people who addressed him by his real name. So I always
Mm-hmm.
addressed him by his street name, which was Supreme. He was from Brooklyn, or I don't know if he's still in Brooklyn, but when I first met him, he was walking with a cane, and he needed the cane to help him walk because I don't know how long ago, but somebody from the very block he lived on shot him in the leg. I forget what it was for. I forget if it was. I don't remember if it was for. If it was to rob him, his own friend.
Yeah.
If it was to rob him, or whatever the case was, or just a grudge, and shattered his leg bone. So I think he was still in the healing process or something. Supreme said something that to me was profound because I never heard it. I never heard it put this way. And it's awesome because it's the type of pressure that you receive in the hood, the type of peer pressure that you receive in the hood
Yeah.
that would make you go down the wrong path and even stay on that wrong path. You won't even detour. And he said to everybody, you don't have to get wet to know what rain is. At that time, I never heard of anything like that. And it was right on point with how I wanted to express myself in many occasions. It just never came out that way. But that was absolutely perfect. You don't have to get wet to know what rain is. So you don't need to experiment with anything. So if you got people around you that are trying to encourage you to do certain things or impose a particular path, that phrase is perfect. No, I don't need to experiment with that. I don't need to do that. And if you're a student of history like the professor is, that's her major, history.
Yeah, I was really hoping she made it tonight. I'm bummed.
You came out
I'm really bummed out.
Robotic. I don't know if it's you. I don't know if it's me. Is it my headphones? And so here's the deal, right? I gotta hear myself for a hot second, just to make sure.
Do what you gotta do.
I think it's on your end.
Do what you gotta do.
Yeah, I think it's on your end. Yeah, you sound robotic. I don't know why.
You want me to log off and log back in?
Try that.
Okay.
So there are moments where I don't know how to express a particular way of saying I'm just not down with what you're telling me to do, or what you're asking me to do, or what you're imposing me to do. But go ahead, say something, Brandon.
Hey, how's it going?
You're still robotic. I don't know why. How's your signal? Check your signal.
My signal's good. I don't know.
How does everybody? If you're in the chat and you can hear him, let us know what he sounds like to you. Does he sound?
It sounded fine to me. It sounded fine to me.
You sound fine to you? Is it me? Is it my headset? I don't know. I don't know if it's my headset. I don't think so, though. Let me see.
Do we have anybody in live chat that can?
I don't know how to check. I don't know how to check to see.
Hook It Up was the last one that made a chat. Might just be me and you, just chit chatting. Last one that made a chat. Might just be me and you, just chit.
No, I think it's my headset. It might be my headset.
Okay.
Oh no, now I can hear you well on my headset.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, now I can hear you well on my headset. So
good.
There was another person, a junkie, as a matter of fact, that came out and said, "Okay, thank you, Homestead." There was another junkie that he used to watch my back, so I had to go meet up with somebody, and he gave me a heads up. And here's another expression that I found perfect, absolutely perfect for the situation. I never knew how to vocalize what I was thinking about the situation or what I was feeling, whatever the case was. But he came out and said, "Hey, you know what? Watch it with that dude." Because he's the kind of guy that he would offer you the wing so that he can demand the breast. Like, wow, he hit the nail on the head. Two very important
Yeah.
phrases that I learned
That's
that
a good
fit
saying. I
perfectly.
like that
Yeah,
saying.
yeah, it
I'm gonna
fit
keep that
perfectly.
saying.
Yeah, it fit perfectly for my circumstances, probably for anybody's circumstances in the hood. Because in the hood, you meet so many different aggressive people, so many people
Hmm.
that I don't know, for some reason, maybe they didn't get the love or the attention from uh, the,
Hmm.
their immediate family or whatever the case was, and
Yeah.
they either fell for stuff like this or were trying to get people to fall for stuff like that, because you know how it is, misery needs company. And even though they're
Yeah.
laughing and even though there's a lot of ha 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 and all that good stuff, they were doing whatever they were doing together, and it seemed like it was a cool time. But that cool time was actually a distraction or a way of escaping reality, and they were actually miserable. And in their misery, they didn't want to be alone, and they wanted others to fall into the same pit hole that they were in. And then all of a
Yeah.
sudden, you had to, uh, if you knew these phrases, you can hone into these phrases and either say it to yourself internally, or you could tell somebody in front of you that, uh, like, on many occasions, hey, why don't you try this? Nah, I'm good. I'm good. No, go ahead, try it. No, I'm good. Serious. Come on, man. What do you? Nah, no, what? Nothing.
Yeah.
Boom. You don't have to get wet to know what rain is, buddy. Again, going back to history, history doesn't have to be 100 years ago. History could have been last week. That's history too. Yesterday, that was history. A few minutes ago, that's history. But you know what? In that history, have you encountered people that were in a bad situation because of the very thing that this person next to you wanted to encourage you to do? Right? Like if you
Yeah.
see somebody who winds up in the street because he's got a drinking problem, or winds up in the street because he's abusing substances, he wasn't born like that. He wasn't born consuming these substances. At some point in his life, he decided to say yes. And was he alone? Was she alone when they said yes? Or was there somebody next to them saying, you should try this? Hey, no, listen, go ahead. No, but do it. But don't you want to be, and, pushy, imposing. And then before you know it,
Yeah.
they try it. They think, oh, that's not so bad. But they remember the feeling of escaping the world, escaping reality.
Acceptance. It's more. It's with a lot of people. It's acceptance.
Well, that's one of the
Feeling
that's
that.
one of the tools. That's one of the tools that they use
Yeah.
to push you to do something, to
Yes.
give
Exactly.
you, yeah, the acceptance. Hopping on the bandwagon, being part of the crowd, being
Hmm. Yeah.
being one of the fellas or one of the girls, whatever the case is. Those are big
That just
challenges. And
that just reminded me of the when you asked what I was talking about, the guys in the jail, when you said the fellas.
oh yeah, the fellas, yeah,
One of our first conversations.
the
The
fellas, yeah,
fellas.
yeah. And
Yeah.
I'm gonna tell you, when it's the most difficult time in anybody's life is between the age of 12 and 25. That's the most difficult time ever, because this has
Oh
been
sure.
proven, and this has been
Oh
proven. This is
sure.
scientifically proven, and this is the type
Hmm.
of data that insurance companies use to determine rates. Human beings between the ages of 12 and 25, their emotional brain doesn't communicate with their logical brain, and more often than not, we respond to the emotional brain, and as a result, we wind up getting into trouble because we're
I've, I've,
lured
I've
in.
raised I've raised 4 daughters. You don't have to talk about emotional brains.
Yeah, yeah,
You know what I mean?
yeah. Those are very difficult years between 12 and 25. And those are the years, if you look at it, if you some examples that they use was the recruitment by the military, the recruitment by radical organizations,
Oh yeah. Yeah.
recruitment by gangs between the
Yeah.
ages of
Yeah.
12 and 25. That's a tough
Definitely.
time.
Definitely. They're susceptible to that. That's the age that they're susceptible.
Yeah, it's a
You know.
challenging time for human beings.
Exactly. Human beings. But my time, growing up at that age, you know.
Hmm.
So yeah, I
Yeah,
agree
it's
with you
tough.
100%.
And once that gets into your brain, it's so hard to get it out. So
Mm-hmm.
hard, you know. And it's not just gangs. It's not just radical organizations. The people that use that information and target everybody the most are businesses, corporations, for
Yeah.
market. They get you all the time.
What did I tell you was one of my favorite books, Iceberg Slim Pimp, you know?
Hmm. Pimping ain't easy.
But
Yeah,
it's about
it's all
it's all about
mental
psychological
manipulation.
manipulation. Exactly.
Yeah, and a lot of those girls that you encounter, a lot of them used to wind up back in the day when I was growing up. A lot of them used to wind up at the Port Authority.
Mm. Are you talking about the law lizards?
No, well, yeah, a lot lizards, but not for the truckers. It's just the streetwalkers. Um,
Oh yeah.
my
Okay.
hook it up says my old boss would always say, "When is the hardest time to raise teenager?" He said, "When it's your time." When is it? When is the hardest time to raise a teenager? When it's your turn. When it's your time. Yeah, and that's a
It,
fact.
that's a fact.
That's a fact.
That's correct.
That's a fact
That's correct.
because you're dealing with a know-it-all. You're dealing with
Yes.
somebody who responds emotionally. Uh, so they get defensive very quickly.
Mm-hmm.
They challenge everything you know because in their mind. Now I'm trying to speak now, and I'm trying to remember when I was a teenager, right? So
Yeah. That's not easy to do sometimes.
you're not hip. You're not in the know. I know all the
Yeah.
latest dances. I know the latest lingo. I know the latest everything that's
Yeah.
socially motivating, socially inspiring, whatever the case is. Not
Yeah.
you.
Yeah.
You're
You're an
out of
old man.
touch. You're
You're an
out of
old man.
touch. Right? You're an old man. You're out of touch. You don't know what's going on. So you can't possibly know enough to tell me anything until you grow up and realize, listen, nothing really changes.
Yeah.
Okay, so there might be a little stuff going on here, but it's basically the same thing, right?
Mhm.
Trends. You're following a trend. You're young. You're following a trend. You want to be a
Yeah.
part of. You want to be accepted, like what you said. You want to be accepted by your peers, right? So if your peers use certain terminology, that in their minds, that's it. That you're excluded because you don't know this. But it's the same
Mm.
thing because when I was your age, we had our own trends and we were doing the same thing.
Yeah.
But addressing, bottom line is, if you want to be effective with teenagers, you got to be beyond
Engaging
patient.
with
You got to be beyond patient. And
Oh yes.
every now and then, you got to do what's in Proverbs, okay? Proverbs says it. Spare the rod, spoil the child. Every now and then, you gotta let them know. Every now and then, I believe corporal punishment is acceptable, and you gotta let them know. Listen,
I
there
well, I'm gonna
are
stop you right. I'm gonna stop you right there. You're gonna get in religion. and I agree with you. Spare the rod,
Even
spoil
even
the child.
no, I
I
just
agree
took
with
that
that
out of a
100.
religious. I just took that
100.
out of a religious text, but that's not
No,
something that's
no.
not practiced outside of religion. This is something.
Solomon,
Yeah.
I'm gonna let you know. I'm an atheist. However, I've studied a
No, that's
lot of
cool.
different a lot of different religions, and I respect them all. I respect everybody's religion. You know.
Mm-hmm.
However, yes, spare the rod, spoil the child. When you said that, I was like, okay, yeah, no, I agree with that because I see it so often in my work where a lot of these rich people have the nannies deal with everything, but they don't give the nannies control. But they've, I see a lot of spoiled children. That's basically
Because
what I can tell you.
they don't learn boundaries.
Exactly.
And
Yes.
sometimes and sometimes to teach boundaries, you got to plant one on them. You got to lay it on them sometimes. Not always. You don't always have to do it
No.
because
Sometimes it's stern. Sometimes a stern. Just I look at my kids, and if I just use a stern voice, generally they know I mean business. And
that's what I mean. I mean,
yeah.
I've had my children react to where they just start busting out crying. They go to their room. They don't want me to look at them, touch them. They're so hurt just by the
Mm-hmm.
way I said what I said. It's enough. It's enough to
Mm-hmm.
achieve my goal.
Exactly.
There are occasions where you get that one child of yours that for some reason that ain't
You
enough.
you gotta
You
smack
gotta
them on
let
the
them
ass.
you gotta let them know there are boundaries.
Well,
And
in Florida,
if you cross those boundaries, here's the danger. If you don't check them, somebody else will. And
yeah,
that somebody else, when they decide to check them, they're not going to
not
hold
gonna
back.
be. They're not gonna be as nice as you were gonna be. Yeah,
Absolutely not.
yeah. No,
Absolutely
I'm with
not.
you. I'm with you 100%.
So if you got to put a
See,
boot up their butt,
In Florida, it's legal for corporal punishment. I probably had to lay my hands on my kids. I probably smacked them on the ass once when they weren't listening and paying attention, doing whatever, whatever it was. I probably maybe once slapped my kid, not hard, but just enough to get their attention and be like, "Hey, you're not doing what you're supposed to be doing," and to redirect them. That was it. I haven't had to actually use corporal punishment. In
I
Florida
find it
is go ahead. I'm sorry.
uh, I find it challenging sometimes to engage with my teenage kids, but I enjoy the fact that I'm being pushed to, how do I say it, become a better negotiator.
Yes. Yes, they will. I understand 100%.
Yeah. I think there's a lot of power in that, to be able
Mm-hmm.
to
Yeah.
negotiate your kids into but to negotiate your children into doing the right thing.
Oh, Jesus. Lost you.
Yeah, negotiate. Oh, wait a minute. It is me. It's me. What the heck happened to me? Oh no, I'm back. Now it's you, Brandon. I think. Yeah, I think it's you, Brandon. I'm watching myself over here. That's the greatest challenge for me, is to be able to negotiate with my teenagers. That's the greatest challenge for me, and convince them to do most of what I hope they do. The truth of the matter is that when they're alone and you're not there, and you're not going to be there, what's going to happen to them? Are they going to make the right choice? Are they going to be able to say no when they're supposed to? How do you deal with that? I come home, your child comes home and he tells you, man, like my oldest, when he was living in Florida, I got jumped by 3 guys. You all right? I am, but they're not. I scraped all 3. That was a good thing. That was a good thing, but some thoughts go through your mind. Were you aware of your environment? Did you know that? I didn't ask him that, because I don't like doing the whole "I told you so" thing. That's not helpful. I told you so is not helpful. I told you so is like Monday morning quarterbacking. It's useless. It's nonsense. All it does is make a person feel bad. And what's the point of that? What is the point? What's the point of that? Feel me? Homestead, you still there? Homestead, I wish your circumstance could improve. You're still there. Oh, look at this new face I got. I think Brandon.
Hey, sorry about that. I'm not really sure what happened, but
it did happen, though.
It did happen. And it's something that, we might have to talk about, but, it's something that happened.
Jean-Claude Brandon.
Did somebody say that in the comments?
No.
Or did you make that up?
Made that up. Made it up.
I like it. That's pretty cool.
Oh, that's cool. That's cool, Homestead. I'm sad that it's like that. I'm sad it's like that. I really am. I'm sad it's like that. And I know, I shouldn't say I know, but I suspect that you want a different environment and you're willing to tolerate things for the sake of your children, so that they don't go through what you went through as a child and as a youth. Because you did break it down somewhat. And if it's anything like what I suspect, because I've grown up and come across many people who had grown up in your same circumstances. It's tough, real tough. Stuff goes on. Stuff has gone on with those people that I knew that, man, it's no wonder that most of them decided to take to the streets and do everything possible to escape reality. Everything possible to escape reality. Yeah, that's tough. Real tough. I don't want to spill his beans on the brand new carpet. The wife will lose it. That's
I don't.
awesome. That's awesome right there. Pull up
I
on the
don't have
blacktop
access.
bends and I'll whip out the neck and the man gets carved like roast. What?
I was just gonna say I don't have access to the chat.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
There's not a whole lot of chat going on, but whenever it does pop up, I'll go ahead and I'll say it.
Mm. I'm sorry Mrs. Helms didn't show up because I had a lot of questions for her about her video. Her last video that she did, it was pretty in depth, you know.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I listened to it on my way home from work, and you know, I had a few questions for her, but
Oh, this thing just weirded out on me.
oh. So you got any new jokes, Solomon?
I can't think of any right now. My kids know a ton of jokes. They keep hitting me left and right with them. And most of the subject matter has to do with me, and it's crazy. It's just joking on me. Big time.
When I worked in the bar, I had a joke for every freaking topic you could think of, you know?
Oh, you want a bar joke? You want a bar joke?
Yeah, sure.
I think I said this one, but I'll say it again just in case.
Why not?
All right, so this guy comes to the bar. Bartender is cleaning underneath the bar, so he doesn't really see him. But he hears the guy and he freaks out. The guy has a really high pitched voice. Says, "Hey, how about a drink?" And the bartender pops his head up. He says, "What the hell?" Now he's freaking out because he's looking at the guy. The guy has the head the size of a quarter. So he's freaking out and he says, "Man, what happened to you?" "Oh, it's a long story. I don't want to get into it." No. I'm not serving you a drink until you tell me what the hell that's all about. All right. Well, you see, I used to be a sailor. And I got stranded on an island. I was there for so long. I finally saw a mermaid. Get out of here. Yeah, she was a mermaid. She saw that I saw her. So she had to grant me 3 wishes. So when she came to the shore, I said, "Look, first thing I want is trillions of dollars." She snapped her fingers and she said, "Okay, when you get back home, you're gonna have trillions of dollars. What's your next wish?" I want to have a big, beautiful mansion with a jacuzzi with everything. She snapped her fingers. She said, "Okay, when you get back home, you're gonna have a mansion with a jacuzzi and all that good stuff, and you're gonna have trillions of dollars." So, okay. So what's your last wish? Okay, hold on. Let me think about this. You know what? I've been on this island so long. I haven't had sex. How about you and me? No. We can't do that. What? That's my 3rd wish. That's the only thing we can't do. We can't have sex with humans. What? That doesn't make any sense. That's my wish. No, pick something else. All right. Well, how about a little head? I don't know if you heard it. Why? But Hook It Up's got a good one right here. Why is Dolly Parton's feet so small? I don't know.
Why?
You missed the whole joke, huh, Brandon?
No, I did not. I had it. I had it on my other. I've got my other account going on my laptop. So no, But we've told that joke before, and I have also given you the other version that I had of it.
Right. Now I remember. Yeah.
That was one of our first meetings.
The answer is because nothing grows in the shade. Let me tell you something. Homestead. I had an aunt whose boobs were so big, they were huge. When she sat at the dinner table, she couldn't get up close to the table. Her knockers were like, they were like size 68 triple Z's, man. They were like, wherever she went, she needed building permits. Them things were like incredible. Like damn, what the hell? I wonder what it was like for her daughters when it was time to breastfeed them. They probably had stretch marks on their mouth. Damn, what? That's crazy. What? I can't hear you, Brandon. What are you laughing about? Oh, I can't hear you. Wait a minute. Did you do that on purpose? All right.
There.
Now.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, okay. Yeah.
Good? All right, good.
So I thought you were doing something to yourself right there.
No, I was laughing I was laughing with your joke.
All right, hold on. Hook It Up's got another one.
Oh.
Here we go. What song did Dolly Parton write while she was in the bathtub?
Something about floating, I'm sure.
Here I Come Again? I don't know. Oh no, the lyrics were Here You Come Again. All right, I'm sorry. Ready for the answer. Hook it up. Homestead, ready for the answer. So you all right, Brandon? What the hell? What's happening?
Yeah. I got my laptop. I got to be able to.
Here's the answer. Ready? Islands in the Stream. All right, hook it up. Where you getting these jokes, Homestead? Where you getting these jokes from? Those are adult jokes.
This is a small known fact, you know. My wife is well endowed, you know, and in that department. And when I was dating her, we went skinny dipping, and I realized that let me rephrase that. I learned that real boobs.
Kick it, Homestead. Yep. Kick it, Homestead.
Real boobs float.
Yeah, they float.
And they're like, they like float, like.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
Like, hey, the bigger the boobs, you can.
They float. They're like life preservers.
Exactly.
Mine float too. Mine moves. Yeah. All right, here we go. Ready?
What candy was named after Dolly Parton?
Yep. What candy bar was named after Dolly Parton? Yep. Oh man, what is it? There are only so many candy bars in the world. So what is it? What is it? A midget. What is it? A midget.
Mounds. Oh. That was the obvious.
But I couldn't think of it.
Me neither.
That's a problem. That's a big problem. So Homestead, what do you do when people approach you speaking Spanish? What do you tell them? I don't speak Spanish. This guy did that to me last oh, you say no, stupid. This guy did that to me like 5 days ago. Yeah, 5 days ago. I was in Phoenix. I was at a truck stop, and this guy was fixing the pumps. So I said something to him in Spanish. He said, "I don't speak Spanish, man." Oh, okay. You look like you do. All right. So then I thought a Homestead at that point.
Yeah.
Because
there's a lot of people.
See, you're picking up on the lingo, though.
I was talking about this with like vegan. Some people, their heritage, they don't want to teach your children.
Which I think is wild.
Let me rephrase it. Yeah, me too. Me too. They don't want to be associated with. They don't want their children to learn certain things because they're discriminated against, and I mean, it's a little bit crazy to me, because I grew up. One of my friends was Haitian, and he didn't want anybody to know that he was a Haitian kid.
Wow.
Because his parents kind of put that into him that if you tell anybody you're Haitian, you're going to be a second-class citizen.
Treated like less, yeah.
You're going to be treated like less.
I grew up like that.
Yeah. No, I can't imagine how it feels to be that way. But
I keep it bilingual in my home. My wife talks to the kids in Spanish, and I talk to them in English, and they respond in both languages.
Well, that's good.
Speaking it, but they understand it 100%.
Well, you know what? Bilingual is. It doesn't matter what other language you speak. That's a advantage. In life. In life, they could be a translator for.
The professor's here. Yeah, both languages, Professor. Both languages.
This is Helm. Welcome. Been awaiting you all night.
Yeah.
Awesome video that you did today. I appreciate it. I watched on my way home tonight, and I really appreciate it. I think that was a good content.
Irv Gotti.
Yes. And I actually had to look it up, and I did a little bit of research after the fact. So,
Irving Gotti, yeah. I never really followed that dude. There are a lot of people from New York that became popular, famous, whatever. I never really cared. Africa Bambaataa was close to the neighborhood. Grandmaster Flash was close to the neighborhood. I think Africa Bambaataa was down with the Black Spades or something like that. But I wasn't.
I'm not certain. What her content was about the guy, his lifestyle, etc.
Overworking. Is that what it was, Professor?
Yeah. The thing is I don't have a problem with hustle culture. It's just based on his interviews. Because I'm like you, I didn't know of Irv Gotti that well outside of the gossip about him.
Mm-hmm.
There's a time when, as you get older, you got to put that hustling behind you, or it's going to affect your health.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
But
Right. Right.
Catch 22 is that he's in the music industry, and in that industry, you're not working 8-hour shifts.
No, you're
just not. Nope.
You're not
Yeah.
working long hours, and you're dealing with a lot of stress.
Yep.
You're dealing with a lot of strong personalities.
That
So
too.
sometimes getting a project done could be an extreme challenge. Extreme. Man, you gotta have. Listen, when I was a bass player for a Latin band. I think I was the only one.
Oh
Yeah.
wow.
I think I was the only one that wasn't getting high. The only one. Everybody else was high as a kite.
That's bad.
It was horrible because here we are rehearsing and we had to interrupt like every 5 minutes because people's personalities were enhanced by whatever the hell they were consuming. So
Yeah.
there'll be constant arguments breaking out. Constant.
See, I have no judgment of that, and here is why.
Mm-hmm.
As I've gotten older, I've come to find that people use drugs to cope, because sometimes when you're that famous and you're trying to please fans and you're trying to please your family and you're in the spotlight all the time, you're gonna find a coping mechanism to deal with that.
Mm-hmm.
If that makes sense. That
it
doesn't mean that you were better or bad because you didn't do drugs. It's just that you could see to the future and understand the consequences down the road.
Oh,
but
absolutely.
if you feel like your back is against the wall, you're gonna find a way to cope. It could be a sex addiction. It could be an addiction to food. It could be addiction to drugs. It can be a loss of sleep, like a sleep paralysis. It just comes in different forms. That's why I've learned to get people's backstory and not be so judgmental anymore.
Having been around entertainers, I came to the conclusion early in my life, maybe by the time I was 16, I came to the conclusion that forget the famous part of the rich and famous. Give me the wealth. Give me the riches and keep the fame for yourself. Because it was a struggle for these people. When they used to hang out at one of the neighborhoods I lived in, it wasn't a problem because nobody really was on them like that. On the Upper West Side, there were a lot of people that used to come through. Stone Phillips used to play basketball with us. Timothy Hutton used to play basketball with us. Al Pacino used to play stickball with us.
Al Pacino? Wow.
Yeah, he used to play stickball with us. Very, very, very down-to-earth guy. Christopher Reeves, before he had his accident on the horse, he used to come to the schoolyard right across the street where I live and used to play with his son. Nobody bothered these people. Nobody bothered. When Pacino used to come play, he used to come talk to us and tell us, yo, let's go, let's do this. And we used to play. Stone Phillips used to come to play basketball. Timothy Hutton used to come to play basketball. Cleon lived right around the neighborhood. Ty-Mac lived in the neighborhood. There were I bumped into what's the name from the Odd Couple many times at the supermarket. Tony Randall. What Tony? Yeah, Tony. Whatever the hell his name was. He was the one that played Felix Unger. Diane Keaton. Yeah, from the Odd Couple. The one that played Felix Unger. He used to go to the Key Food right on Columbus Avenue all the time. I used to bump into him all the time. But nobody bothers these people in that area. Nobody bothers you. So that was not Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, Too Tall Jones, Arnold Schwarzenegger, Sean Penn. These people used to be floating around that neighborhood constantly. Mick Jagger had an apartment on between 73rd and 74th Street and Central Park West. Of course, John Lennon and Roberta Flack had an apartment in the same building. So these people were always around there, but they could walk in the street and nobody would bother them. That's probably why they used to hang out there as often as they did, because they didn't have to deal with that nonsense. But outside of that, oh my God, you can't go anywhere with people disturbing your dinner, following you wherever you go, paparazzi, people asking for, you got no privacy, you got nothing. People asking for your autograph constantly. And I wouldn't want to deal with that. I would want to just give me the wealth. Just give me the riches, keep the fame. I don't want nobody to know. I want to be the guy and I want to be the guy behind the curtain. I want to be the wizard.
Pay no attention.
No, not to that
Pay
degree.
no attention.
You can't go anywhere. You can't go anywhere.
Yeah.
Without people swarming you. And not only that, look what happened to John Lennon, right? Dude popped out of nowhere with a pew-pew and took him out. Jodie Foster had some creep following her around too. Well, no, that's the same dude that shot Lennon. Yeah, so
I was in Key West one time, and I actually witnessed Hulk Hogan.
Yeah.
The wrestler. You know, he
So
was
how do
walking
they know
down.
that?
He was
Mhm.
walking down the street, and there was just a swarm of people following him, yelling, "Hogan, Hogan!" You know, and he was just with
That's
his
gotta be
wife.
that's gotta be ultra irritating. Ultra irritating.
It would irritate me.
Sure, I'm sure, because he wasn't even acknowledging that anybody was behind him, which was a cue to me to not acknowledge him, because he was like, "I want to be left alone." He was just walking down the street with his.
Maybe in the beginning, you know, you think it's the greatest thing to happen to you since sliced bread, but after a while, that shit starts to bother you.
No, he looked miserable.
So then
He
beyond
really
that,
did.
what do you do? What do you do to overcome some of that stuff? Maybe what the professor was talking about, consuming something to help you deal with this reality that you're using substances to help you cope. And not only that, the pressures of the entertainment industry, you know.
Oh yeah, I'm
You know
sure.
what I do? Because I talked to you about this whole making money and living wealthy. Do you know why I go watch wealthy families and look them up? So if I told you the name Morgan and Van Ryan, would you know who that is? The Clarks, do you know who they were?
The Morgan and the Clarks, but the Van, no, not the Van.
The Van
not the Van
Ryan,
juice makers. Yeah.
the Van Ryans, because you see it on this show, The Gilded Age, because I thought they just made it up, is a Dutch family that was one of the founding families that came to this country when New York was still called Amsterdam, before there was a United States. Only one person in that billionaire family, you'll see them on social media. What does that tell you?
Yeah. No, well, what about the Rothschilds? You don't see the Rothschilds all over social media.
Other than Nikki Hilton, who married an English Rothschild, but that's because she's been, and even after she got married, you rarely see her now because she's married to the Rothschilds.
Yeah.
You only see Jacob Rothschild, who's the head of the family in England right now. That's it. You only see Baron Rothschild. That's his. That's it.
They don't want to deal with that.
It's even been proven that some of the younger Rothschilds that are about my age or younger have people that scrub anything about them off the internet, but they can because they own the world.
Mm-hmm. They can do that.
Never even open social media accounts. There's a reason for that.
But yet, and this is where I would wish that people would open their eyes and see that all these celebrities that are out here making all this noise, walking around with all this bling, you can't possibly not come to the conclusion that they're definitely not the examples to follow, because they're people. They're nothing. They're ants in the world of wealth. Ants.
Do you remember that guy over in Sweden who passed away a few years ago? The founder of IKEA.
Oh yeah.
He was one of the top 5 richest people in Sweden, and he was so cheap.
In Sweden, in the
him,
world.
well, yeah, but in that country, he drove the same old car he had from the 70s and just kept getting it repaired. And if he went to a restaurant and you gave him the mini condiments like mustard, ketchup, and honey, he took it, and little salt, pepper.
He will pocket it.
So you know who I'm talking about. I can't Ingvar something. I can't say his name. The wealthy don't go around buying these luxury.
No.
There's a guy I served in the Navy with who's of Italian heritage, and he grew up visiting Italy, but of course his family been in America for years. He said, Tara, people in America think that Italians go around driving Ferraris and Lambos. Most of those people over there can't afford those cars. That's why, and because they played a video when we were at work waiting to start. We was on our lunch break. I said, why are all these Italians so fascinated with a car that's made in their country? And that's when this guy had to tell me, because people don't just go driving Ferraris around Rome and stuff like that. That's very rare. That's just the super rich. You don't see it every day.
Right.
Because those folks over there don't flaunt their wealth like that.
Well, we got a machine. We got a machine that gives people that image and that encourages people to try to be like them. It's called Hollywood.
And a lot of that is a lie. Them folks don't really own them houses, those cars, and that stuff like that. I think I'm going to use Kanye West, for example, because he always got himself in some mess these days. I think Kanye lost his mama and lost his mind. Whether he sacrificed, and I'm going to put that in quotation marks, whether he sold his soul to the devil, I'm not getting into that. I'm getting into the natural stuff. His mama, however she passed away. Was it 2007 or 2009? And he has not been the same. Some people, when you lose that, there's not enough money that can replace that, if that makes sense.
No, absolutely.
Remember that socialite Huguette, but it's spelled Huguette Clark. But in French, of course, if it starts with a A-E-I or U or H, you go to the next letter. So This woman lived to be 104 years old from the Gilded Age, didn't live in half the houses she had, but was smart enough to keep the real estate and was worth hundreds of millions when she passed. Lived her last over a decade in a hospital, and this woman was one of the richest women in the United States. But because her sister died when they were little girls, her dad, that railroad magnate, I think his last name was Clark. He was also, because you know who the Clarks are, of course, Gilded Age family. She lost her mom, her father, and her sister at a young age. So having all that money meant nothing to her in the way that, yeah. So she hid from the world because of the depression of losing everybody. The one person she was married to, they stayed friends for life, but divorced in less than 3 years.
That's crazy.
All that money in the world, people boasting about this woman, and she just wants to keep a low profile, barely took pictures. Low pro, like she barely took pictures the rest of her life.
These people don't get it. The average poor working class and middle class individual here in this country just doesn't understand that.
They really don't.
And they're too busy following cues from the entertainment world. This showing off, this brandishing all this crazy shit.
Sports world, yep.
Yeah. And that's not real wealth. That ain't real wealth.
It's not.
I agree with you guys. I see it. I agree with
That
you
ain't that
guys.
ain't that ain't real wealth. But I tell you what, makes for great marketing for those who do have real wealth. So you transfer your power, trying to be like them. Ain't got shit
Yeah.
in your refrigerator, but you sure as hell got some souped up vehicle. Try to make it look as legit as possible. Try to make it look as shiny as and draw as much attention as possible.
Even
For
I told
what?
you, in the black community in the United States, I can go right now to any average black person, ask them who's Reginald Lewis. They would not know, but I know. Who is Eddie Brown? They wouldn't know, but I know. Why? Because
Mhm.
these people did not make their money
No.
Mhm.
in the entertainment industry. And there's a few white ones. Even if you ask this generation of Walmart, the original Sam Walton, who found the company, this generation doesn't know that that man lived frugal his entire life, even after owning that multi-billion. It's just his kids are screwing Walmart up.
Let me tell you,
Walmart was a
Sam
good company.
Sam Walton. Sam Walton.
He was, he was
Sam
rich.
Walton dragged his ass and his family to New York City. I think it was the Radio City Music Hall. Everybody surrounding him and his family were dressed in tuxedos, and he's the only one out there looking like a farmer.
I heard. Yep. He would not wear that
Station wagon.
Yep.
In a station wagon.
Warren
Mrs.
Buffett. Go ahead before I get to it.
I was just gonna say, Mrs. Helms, Mr. Burns. I'm gonna have to nod out. I'm passing out.
Okay.
Yeah, go ahead, man.
I can't
Get some
focus.
rest.
I can't focus, and
Yeah, you look
you
sleepy.
I'm very
Doing
tired.
doubles, man. You're doing doubles, man. Get some rest.
But
Yeah.
it's always a pleasure. Always a pleasure with you guys, and
Thank you, man.
Thank you.
I always enjoy conversation with you guys. So you guys
Always a
have a good
pleasure.
night.
All right.
You all right there, Brandon? Right, you all right?
Yeah, I didn't even know how to turn it off. I'll
Yo,
figure it out.
you're sideways right there, man. You all right?
You'll figure it.
I'll figure it out. Don't worry about it.
You're like an episode of the old Batman where everything was like at an angle.
There's a giant button that's red that says leave, and that's
There you
what
go.
I'm gonna hit. All right. Have a good
All right,
night,
Brandon.
guys.
Have a good
Hey.
night.
Good night. Tell me about Buffett, Miss Professor.
Oh yeah, you
Tell me
remember. That's what I was about. Warren Buffett still owns the original house, the $600,000 house that he bought when he first got wealthy. In an
It didn't cost 600 when he bought it.
That's what I'm saying. What's the moral of the story?
Hey, it's not how much you make, it's how much you keep. That counts. Let me tell you something. That man, all right. This is an important, and I'm glad you brought this up.
Yes.
Because this is, oh my God, this is such a valuable lesson. I'm gonna let you finish your phrase because I'm gonna expand on it. Go ahead. What's the moral of the lesson?
The moral of the story is that wealth doesn't have to flash and show itself. That's what I want. That's all I literally had to say about it.
Okay, I'm gonna expand on that. Okay, I'm gonna expand on that. Here's a little something I learned as a lesson as a business person. I'm going to phrase it to the best of my ability. I'm going to try to keep it as short as possible. Here we go. Okay, so growing up, I could never understand why certain business people that I've encountered made the decisions that they made.
Right.
Never understood it. If you got, like, for example, if you got the money to buy a nice car, nice, right? That's subjective.
Yep.
If you got that kind of money, why aren't you spending it? If you got the money for a Bentley, why aren't you buying a brand new Bentley? Why are you buying a used car? Which is something Buffett does.
Yep.
Buffett will not buy a new car. And he would run that damn car of his down to the point where one of his daughters would just get fed up and in her embarrassment will convince him to go get another car. Not a new car, a newer car than what he had. So what's behind that? Okay, I'll tell you what's behind that. It's not how much something costs. It's the value of the thing.
Yes.
So if you understand money and you're a business person, you're going to do the math. You buy a brand new car, at least in the state I live in, you buy a brand new car, you're going to pay much more in insurance. So every year we have to pay registration. We have to renew our registration every year.
Mm-hmm.
And the amount you pay on your registration depends on the year of your car. So if you buy a brand new car, you're going to pay top dollar. And depending on the brand of car you buy, you'll be paying top dollar. You'll be paying top dollar for insurance. You'll be paying top dollar for taxes, all kinds of crazy stuff. So, and we're talking about a vehicle that will lose probably 20% of its value the minute those reels start rolling.
Facts.
Now, what type of investment is that? That
True.
to a business person and an investor, that makes absolutely no sense whatsoever. None. So no. Maybe the average person from the hood will say, no, I gotta show off. I gotta show the world that I got it like that. Wealthy people don't think like that. Wealthy people ain't trying to, they ain't. Carlos Slim,
Yep.
one of the wealthiest men in the world.
Yep.
Mexico, that's right.
Yep.
He buys his suits at his own retail stores. What? His retail stores are like the Walmarts of Mexico. So you know those suits ain't high end. But that's where he gets his suits.
Eric, the hip hop preacher, met Warren Buffett. And he said that Warren Buffett walked into that meeting in a suit that I think you could find at J.C. Penney back in the day.
Okay.
The Rockefellers are still around for a reason, okay? The Carnegie's name is still around, though he only had one daughter, and I forgot if she had children. But the Rockefellers are a large family going strong. Them folks started off as new money and then evolved into old money. Whereas the Vanderbilts were huge spenders and Anderson Cooper comes and now them folk are struggling. That's why their Biltmore estate has to now be a hotel. Because when the Commodore died, they just continued to spend and didn't build.
And I don't think Anderson Cooper is out there having babies, right?
Yep, he has 2 adopted children, but he's
adopted.
Yep.
It ain't the same.
It ain't the same, and he's already said that they're going to have to get a job and fend for themselves. And this is from a man whose mother, Gloria Vanderbilt, left him a substantial fortune. She had to rebuild after the other Vanderbilts blew their money. She's one of the few that actually just passed away recently that passed away with a substantial fortune and still left a company behind.
Yeah.
All this opportunity of us in America, and we're so stuck in our ego of what we didn't have as a kid. Now, look at all them Real Housewives shows. You're finding out them folks were stressed out, not happily married, their houses being foreclosed on. Look at that estate in Chicago that Michael Jordan just sold at the end of the year after more than a decade of trying to sell it. Because in his heyday, he was trying to flash and show off and had to take a substantial cut on that property.
How long to sell it?
It took him more than a decade with that iconic number 23 gate, which was his number when he played for the Bulls. You talking about the best basketball player in the 1990s, and he couldn't sell it. Yes, because the old cars are the best way to go.
Those are the best ones.
The only new vehicle that I've ever owned that's brand spanking new is the one that I paid off last year that I'm still driving. It only had 9 miles on it when I went and bought it, and came across the Tacoma Narrow with 29 miles when I got back to my house. I have never really owned a brand new off the spanking lot car, but my husband encouraged me to go ahead at the time and get this 2020. And I mean, it's heavy duty. Other than that, no, everybody's like, if you get rich, what would be your dream car? A Honda CRV again.
Okay.
That's dumb. That's
okay.
Dumb. Okay. That's dumb to you because you don't know me. I care for safety and I care for pragmatism. I don't care about showing off for people. I don't know you that well to care, and I know that's mean. That's good hooking up Homestead, because the best selling cars are those old ones. That's what people want right now.
Used cars, it's a much better deal.
I like you because you just like me. You study these wealthy people and you understand what wealth really looks like. Not the stereotype of a Hollywood film of some prince coming to sweep you off your feet, or this rags to riches, I got to show off for people. Look, and I even tell Black people, look at who used to play for the Seahawks, who don't flash his money and is cheap. Marshawn Lynch. If you want an example on saving money and starting businesses on the low, look no further than Marshawn. That dude ain't complaining about money because he wasn't stupid with it.
And most professional sports figures, they're in the dumps. What percentage? A huge percentage, like 90 some odd percent. They got to go get a regular job.
I can't substantiate what I'm going to tell you about Michael Jordan, but it's rumored that this second and current wife, to keep her, it is said that he agreed that she gets $1 million a year after he passes for every year they were married. I understand why he had to pay Juanita Jordan $60 million when they divorced, because she was with him that whole time. And while I understand he has twin daughters with this current one, you agreed to give that woman $1 million for every year. You're just saying, here's compensation. Thanks for putting up with me. And when you look into his eyes, he looked like he drinks himself to death. Look at Michael Jordan. He always got a drink, and everybody like his eyes are yellow because he's getting older, but he ain't that old. That man is sad and going through things. He drinks himself to oblivion.
He a drinking fool.
Money don't buy happiness. You have to be much more fulfilled than that.
Is that part of the point that you were making with the Irv Gotti video that you on the live?
Yes, because Irv was eating bad and knew he had diabetes and it ran in his family. You know how you get busy with life, so it's easier to just keep eating out and eating fattening food and eating bad. That's what I think happened to Irv. He didn't take the doctor seriously, and it was, excuse the burp, too late. There comes a time when it's just going to get too late for you on this diet stuff. I never told you when my grandma passed away from dementia, her cancer came back too, and so did the diabetes had played a role. A lot of stuff took her out. But go ahead.
Damn.
It wasn't just the
Damn.
dementia.
Came back?
Yep. Cancer came back and they're like, she's dying. We can't help her anymore.
Well, when I'm at a truck stop and I gotta go get something to eat, it is unbelievably difficult for me to find something that I can eat because every damn thing in there is loaded with either sugar or sugar and canola oil. Two killers.
Yep. I cut
Two
out that
killers.
canola. Yeah, we cut out that canola oil in my house before the COVID pandemic. And I feel a difference too. When you cut them oil, don't do that vegetable oil either. And
none of the vegetable oils. No seed oils and no vegetable oils.
Nope.
Don't do it.
You will feel a difference.
Oh, big difference. A big difference. Huge difference. It's so difficult as a truck driver to eat well. You got to buy your stuff and put it in the refrigerator. You got to keep it there. You got to get yourself air fryer. Maybe one of them George Foreman grillers. That's what you need.
The relative I was talking about in the beginning that you missed that passed out in the field out in the middle of Alabama was my father.
Really? How long ago was that?
That was 2021, I think.
Oh my
now,
goodness.
mind you, cars don't come down on that road that often because it's rural nowhere, Alabama. And the second he passed out, a car was passing and saw him and flew in his yard and called an ambulance. I said, that's God. Because in any other situation, you would have laid in that field and probably died.
Yeah.
And that's when the doctor, when he woke up in the hospital, told him, the next time I see you, I'm cutting that leg off.
That's that diabetes, right?
But what's weird is when I saw him at my grandma's funeral, because they still stayed close, even though that wasn't his mother-in-law anymore. He lost weight in a healthy way and was bulking up. 6 months from that time, he took what that doctor said seriously and lost a lot of weight. Now he has me order him sea moss. I'm glad he lets me help him now.
Ooh, sea moss.
He even has one of the first things he did was what you said and got a George Foreman grill.
Mm-hmm. That Foreman grill is because it's at an pitch.
Yep.
So any excess grease that you don't want, that thing is sliding right off.
Yep. And what happened is he had told me, sometimes when people cook soul food, he could sit up until one day and eat 4 pieces of cornbread. I said, Pop, I can't even finish a half a piece of cornbread. You were eating 4 pieces. That's bad.
Nothing made with corn, okay? Nothing.
Yep. I've been avoiding that too.
That corn is a killer.
I don't even have any any canned corn in my freaking cabinet right now.
Yeah, in my corn.
I don't mess with that.
No corn chips, no corn flakes, nothing.
Yep, I just gave up on corn chips too. Those were hard because I used to love popping.
Yeah, I know they are.
I gotta get rid of some old popcorn we got in here too. And popcorn is something I do on special occasions, like when I went to that thing last year, that show for y'all on the fairgrounds for Christmas.
Yeah. People
sitting around eating corn all the time. Well, I put it in this, that. You better cut it out.
Corn, especially if you're because corn, number one, corn has no nutritional value. That's one thing.
It really don't.
Second, it hinders your liver from doing its job.
Okay, that I didn't know.
Yeah, it hinders your liver from doing its job because it processes just like sugar. This is what happens, right?
Right.
This is what makes uh, fat for it's okay for the ladies because ladies are all concerned about that fat belly. Tell you
Yep.
something about that fat belly right now.
Especially me.
Fat, you don't look like you got a fat belly.
But I
You
do
don't you don't
though.
you don't walk like you do because when I've seen you on the videos that you do present yourself, you go from one end to the room to the other. I just see little small little tornadoes.
It's starting it's starting to subside because I've cut back on things.
You move real fast. Check this out. When you eat sugar or anything that processes like sugar or converts into sugar,
Yep.
when that hits your liver, that sends a signal out to your body saying, yo, we're busy. You can't come in. And the rest of the nutrients say, well, what do you want us to do? Your body tells those nutrients, you got to go to the hangout in the fat cells. See ya. And that's exactly where they get stored. They get stored in your fat cells.
Oof.
Waiting for their turn to get into the liver. But the hardest things to process are sugars in your liver. They take the longest, and your liver works the hardest to process sugars of all types. So once it's done, then it tells your body, hey, good to go. Send in reinforcements. So then as your fat cells are saying, okay, y'all, get ready because we're going to go over to the liver now. And just as they're about to leave, whoop, 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 stand by. What? What's going on? Here comes your next meal. Guess what's in your next meal? Some more sugar, corn, and oil. You got some work to do. Oh, damn, but we just finished with breakfast. Here comes lunch, y'all. So whatever was in your fat cell, they're going to have to stay. And guess what? You're getting some new neighbors. Because what's coming in now for lunch, it can't all get processed until we finish with the new sugar that just came in. So everybody's going up to the fat cells again. And, you're fatiguing your liver to the point where you wind up getting fatty liver.
Yep.
And then your body struggling. So don't be getting on those. Well, I'm not a doctor. I shouldn't be saying this, but all these medications for type 2 diabetes, they do way more harm. No, they do way more harm than good.
I don't want no part of it.
Your body can deal with it, and it's always blood sugar and high blood pressure are always together. They're like twins, always together. I just noticed my pockets look like they got eyelashes. What? Yeah, Homestead, please don't take no medication because, listen, pharmaceutical industry, that's how they do it.
And you can't sue them either in this country.
No.
People know that when you tell them that they get mad. I said, I'm serious. Look it up. You cannot sue the pharmaceutical industry in the United States. That's why they can sit there and push this poison on you.
Push it right on you.
Right, push it right on you.
How often do you go to the doctor? I don't go often at all.
I
I
don't
rarely.
either. That's why I started drinking more water and eating a lot of greens. When I saw you eating salads, that's what I started doing again.
Yeah.
That's my greatest strength. I can eat leafy greens like cooked spinach and stuff like that and broccolini. I've always loved green vegetables. I can go back to it. What is that?
It's my own salad dressing.
See, that's what I tell people. I make my own with those most of the time. Because on those pre-made salads, it's the dressing that'll get you. It's too packed with sugar.
Check it out.
Just
You know just how many ingredients are in here?
3.
2. You were close though. This is olive oil and vinegar. That's it.
See, that's me. It's olive oil, vinegar. Then I'll do some pink sea. No, I don't even do the sea salt anymore. I just do cracked pepper.
You got rid of the salt?
What? Yeah, because the olive oil has enough salt in it. Think about it. Then, what kind of? I'm just gonna ask you, what kind of vinegar do you use for yours?
Apple cider vinegar with the mother.
Yeah, I might use the balsamic. It's got a little more flavor.
Pank salt. Pank.
Yep. We only cook with pink salt in my home. We only cook with olive oil or avocado in my home. And I've seen an improvement. Just I'm like you, I drink those sodas. It's just not something I do every day.
Well, this is 0, right? I make sure that this is
That too.
0. And whenever I can get some seltzer, I do, because the carbonation in seltzer kills cancer.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Mm-hmm. Yep, it kills cancer.
The point is that Irv picked a career choice that works hard hours, and he should have started curbing his diet probably a decade ago, and he'd probably still be alive. What you read?
Brandon, he said, I think my chat etiquette is improving. By all means, correct me when I run afoul. No, you were fine, Brandon. I didn't see it.
Where is everybody? I ain't heard from Vegan in ages.
Vegan. DeAndre was here. Sunkiss was here. Everybody just broke out. I don't know.
Sunkissed. I don't know who that is.
Queen. Miss Queen Sunkissed.
I don't know who that is.
She laid it down. She put on the gloves. I was on her live. And she's not from the hood. But she had somebody on her live addressing her as if she can identify with him, being that he was from the hood. And he was saying some stuff that she had to check. No, not all blacks go around hanging out the way you just described, talking the way you described, making the type of decisions that you said, because not all blacks were born and raised in the hood. Some of us were born in middle-class families, and they got a different upbringing, different type of education. So basically she was saying, just because someone's black, don't automatically assume that they were raised in the hood. What do you think of that, Professor?
We have this issue in this country where people think we're a monolith. We never have been and we never will be. See, my parents, I was a bastard by conception, but not a bastard by birth. And what I mean is they lived out in the middle of nowhere and they were married by the time I was born. So when I was with my mom, sometimes I lived in the ghetto, and then some years we could live in a nice apartment. With my dad, I lived in a trailer, and then now he's got a house as I've gotten older. So I have the benefit of being both from the ghetto and trailer park trash. That's what I call it. Okay. The point about it is, yeah, you caught that. I ain't think you was gonna catch that. Our living situations are different. I've grown up with middle class Black kids that were always picked on and had to prove themselves and would be targeted to get beat up because they got to live that life. It's like you're blaming these kids for what their parents achieved. Right. It's just not fair. And then I've grown up with a known of middle class Black people like the trucker I was telling you about that I was once friends with from back home. Mm-hmm. And now his family, I won't tell all his business, but he went from being upper middle class to now they just look like they're struggling.
Yep. I understand that. I've seen that.
The dynamics change. I grew up dirt poor. And then in my 20s, I was trying to prove something to myself, spending up money. And I'm not saying I don't still spend money, but now I challenge that by putting it in my soap business I'm still working on. You get older and you get wiser and you start to understand. And I can remember in San Diego, nice looking Black American guy would always try to get at me, but he would use his nice car. And I'm like, I'm not impressed by this. If you talk to me like a normal person, yeah.
Concord Park, I'm in San Diego. Let me tell you, you hope some people wise up. Unfortunately, there are people that get older, but they don't mature.
They don't. And they fail to realize that when God lets you get to that age, he's merciful. He's still buying you time to get your act right. But you know how it goes in the hood. These guys think they're going to die young. I'm going to die young. I'm going to put these curses on themselves. But what you said may not fit what God wanted for you. Oh. So now you're 70-something with gray hair and no retirement, no savings, and you're going
None. Did a 25-year bid, came out, couldn't find a job, and now you got nothing.
Nothing. Yep. Because the devil who you thought was going to take you out early and you didn't have to worry, now you got to worry about it.
Got to worry.
You better be glad you live in this digital age where you can go get you a computer cert.
Do something.
Do something, because you can't go to no warehouse because those jobs are getting automated. And what's left, you too old to be humping boxes now. People don't think about that stuff. I thought about it when I got to my 30s and I was driving a forklift and having to still lift heavy stuff. I said, no, by the time I'm 40, this has to stop. And guess what? By the time I was 38, I was back. It's all about goals. Because I got hit by an SUV as a young sailor, and I had a bad back. I can't be lifting no boxes.
That's right. You got hammered.
That is a young person's game. You lifting heavy stuff when you are 35 and younger. And really, if you 30 and younger, once you hit 30, you better start making plans.
That's not a lie.
And because those jobs are being automated, all they have to do is pay the person to push the button to get the machine to do it.
Then
what you gonna do?
Exactly. What are you gonna do after that? Because that is exactly what's happening.
Like these people, and I don't want to talk about politics, that like me work for the Fed and they're panicking over what Trump is doing and what Elon. I said, these people can't easily fire you if you're a permanent employee. You know that, right?
By law, you're not supposed to do it.
Just like the way, didn't he just fire all those people for U.S. aid?
Yeah, he fired some.
Guess who's fighting him behind the scenes on all of that?
Fighting Trump or fighting Elon?
Fighting both of them behind the scenes.
Fighting both of them behind the scenes.
George Soros.
Oh, Soros. Okay, Soros. You
And
know,
Soros is richer than both of them, so this ain't gonna go turn out well.
I don't.
Elon couldn't even run Tesla right. Why would you let this fool run our federal government?
Listen. See, not right now. You're
Making too much sense.
Yeah, it's way too much. You're
We're
doing the math.
We're talking about money here, and I'm keeping this conversation on that level. I keep telling people, if you build community with people you like and start to spread to that community, you wouldn't have to worry about it. Everybody like, that's easy you to say, this is a bad economy. These people don't care about you.
There are people that make tons of money in bad economies.
They're only making people who telework like me go back in the office to fill those buildings to keep their coffers filled. Well, I want to go back, but I don't think that that's a one size fits all strategy. I work for the Fed. Before I let you get to what you said, I can tell you from experience, not me, but I've worked with people that will spend half their day in the office goofing off to not do work. So how are you going to realistically watch all of them?
They're not. I suspect that move has a lot to do with the contracts that were made with commercial properties, because the commercial property, the commercial properties were going downhill fast after COVID, when everybody had to stay home and there was space that wasn't being used. And then whoever was renting all this space from these commercial buildings, they didn't want to pay anymore. They wanted out of their contracts. So the commercial real estate market was taking a huge hit. So I wonder if all this business about going back to the office has more to do with that.
I think so.
Than with because who cares? Look, if you're at home and your job requires you to process information on a computer and you got a deadline, does it really matter if you're in your pajamas or not? So long as the work gets done.
I don't think it should.
The work is getting done on the computer, and it's getting done on time. So, and it's easy to monitor who's doing it on time, who's not.
Yeah, because Microsoft Teams will tell you anyway. It's got that green light for go, meaning you're at your desk. Yellow is subjective. It can mean a number of things. Red means you're busy and you're on a project. I put myself on constant red for most of the day so that you'll know I'm not goofing off.
Right. And honestly, if you're meeting deadlines, the hell, I don't care what you're doing. Just get the job.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Just get it done.
Yeah, just get it done. I don't care how or when. We got a deadline. Are you going to get it done by the deadline? Then I don't care how you do it.
And then there's one wild card that I think is unlikely, but I'm open to the possibility. They're saying now that Ebola's here. Then we have this whole bird flu thing.
Ebola.
And Ebola. They done found Ebola in some people, I think, in Texas. It may be the wrong state, but Ebola virus has gotten people sick here. So
I was in Texas. By the way, Homestead, I was near
Tejas.
I was in Tejas. I was in Dallas, and I was in Fort Worth last week. I don't know if you saw me waving when I stuck my arm out of the window on the truck.
You silly.
But I was at a truck stop and I had pulled up all the way past the pump as you're supposed to do customarily after you're done pumping fuel. You should move up and then handle your business inside if you need to go inside, so that the person behind you can get fuel. And Fort Worth, Dallas and Fort Worth. I was in both.
Yep.
And this lady that came out of the truck that was behind me, I was just checking to see if I had pulled up far enough in the event she had it to fuel her trailer.
Right.
Because once you're done fueling the truck and putting DEF in the system, you got to pull up, and then you got to do the trailer. So you got to pull up like an extra, 15 feet or so that they can get that done. So
Right.
I pulled up. Nobody was behind me, but I pulled up anyway, far enough in case somebody came with a trailer that had a reefer. So when I went and approached her, I went out, looked to the side there as she's coming down from the trunk. She's going like this with her hands, waving me to stop. And I was bugging out. I'm like, yo, what the hell's wrong with this lady? Then she said, oh, I'm sick, and I don't know what I got, and this thing is horrible. And I'm like, oh, now that you mentioned Ebola, I didn't know. Yeah, I didn't know. Hey, the bird flu I knew about because I went and picked up some eggs at some spot. And typically when you go do anything with poultry, they go through some measures. Like when I went to go pick up these eggs,
Right.
At the guard shack, the lady came out with a spray, and she had to spray down my wheels
Right.
before I went in on the property to disinfect my tires. So then once you go in, there's like this box on the floor with some white powder that's a disinfectant, so that when you walk into the facility, you got your feet disinfected. I even had to wear some. Oh, hold on! They gave me some booties to wear. I had to wear booties to go up in there. And you're not
scaring me. Yeah, you scaring me with that.
Well, let me scare you some more. Let me show you the booty. I'm gonna show you my booty. Damn, get one fell again. Let me show you this one booty. Let me show you my booty. Check it out. So we had to put this over. We have to slip. You have to slip your shoe into here, and you have to wear this outside.
So what do those people know that they're not telling anybody?
And right now, this administration is not allowing the Department of Health or whatever it's called to communicate with the people about the things that are going on now. Now you can't find out information. So if you find out, you probably find out the hard way.
Yeah, because as much as I didn't care for Joe Biden, I know for a fact he was monitoring that, because we got something coming along called Disease X as well. It's a lot of things happening at once. So you're making all these people go back in office. If all these diseases are coming with all these people traveling,
you're going to spread it faster.
Because the thing is that you ran on a campaign of it was unfair for Lloyd Austin to fire all of these active duty, and you restored a lot of them. So when they don't want to take these newer vaccines, what you gonna do, Trump?
That's a good question. See,
that's the wild card. He's not expecting the bird flu, Ebola, this disease X, and some other variant of COVID that they think is coming through.
I've heard commentary that is exactly what you're saying.
There's a Afro-British doctor has a channel called Vejon, VEJON Health, named Dr. Philip McMillan. And he's warning that this stuff ain't gone like you think it is, and that another pandemic could happen.
Yeah, absolutely, 100%.
And people are downplaying the fact that it is.
They already got something going on in China.
That's what I'm
Already got
saying.
you.
And then remember, the first outbreak of COVID officially hit here in the greater Seattle area.
Yeah,
Because
which was crazy.
people, yeah, because people over here travel to China all the time because we're on that side of the world.
All ports of entry along the West Coast should have had some kind of staff, some kind of nursing staff or something, and monitor people as they came in.
Agreed.
Should have done that.
Agreed.
They don't. Trump knew about what was going on in China long before anybody else did, because come on now, you have your intelligence agencies all over it.
Yep.
So he knew by November, he knew.
Yep. So that's the thing, because that was his first presidency, and Biden, though I'm not a fan, inherited that mess. So you can't put all that off on Joe Biden.
Can't. And not only that, there were measures that he could have taken, that Trump could have taken, had he not been such a crybaby about Obama. He hated Obama.
Yep.
It may not, you know what, and I don't think it was because Obama was black, even though I do think Trump was racist, but I don't think it was because he was black. I think it's because of the humiliation he suffered at some kind of dinner, some kind of ceremony. And Obama ripped into him real bad. I think he never forgot about that. Since then, he ain't want nothing to know about it.
But he's taken the security clearances of people and firing FBI agents that at the time had a legal right to investigate him. Make it make sense.
Oh, absolutely. He's doing some crazy stuff.
And doesn't realize that if a federal employee gets up to the permanent status like I am, you can't just go fire us, because I received for full disclosure, I've been receiving those letters and I don't answer them because I know you can't do too much of anything to me.
Right.
Now, here's the bad news. If you're on probation, he can clean the government and get rid of it. And I know this because Barack did it to me in his second one. If you're on probation, Trump can clean house and get rid of you right now. I think it's messed up for the economy we're in. I don't like it. I think it's garbage. But if you're on any probation, he can get rid of you.
Yes. And this is the worst possible time to get rid of anybody from their employment.
Wait, I need to feed this cat right quick.
Yeah. Sugar up in there, hungry.
Silly cat.
Silly cat. Tricks with kids.
Come on, sugar. Let me feed you. I gotta go talk to your uncle, Mr. Burns.
That's right. She's with Uncle right now. Homestead. Oh, yeah, I was in Dallas. I was in Fort Worth. I delivered in Fort Worth. Then I laid over in Dallas at the clubs on 35 West, exit 40.
The point is that he's signing all these executive orders. And again, I don't like talking about politics. When he came into all federal employees have to go back in, there was already a directive written by the government years ago for telework. So people had already been teleworking years before COVID. You can't just strip them folks as telework because they had a bargaining agreement. Now, all of us who got it during COVID, I understand, because that was a special circumstance. But people who had it way before COVID, it don't work that way, Trump.
Trump is a chump.
You get what you vote for, though.
Yeah, you do. And
that's a lesson I learned this time the hard way.
From my focus because I'm big on investing. My focus is more on, well, for this particular presidential election,
Conundrum.
I try to warn as many people as possible as to what to expect. You already know I um, favored Harris,
Yeah.
and it had to do with economics. It had, for me, all politicians are motivated by money.
They really are at the end of the day. It's just that this second term, he's real blatant with helping his white billionaire friends
He's
fill
blatant.
their coffers. Yeah, he's blatant with it.
He's been emboldened with that stuff, and I'm usually not like, if he were going to be the same this time around that he was the first time around, I wouldn't be so concerned. But there are some things that he's doing that's scaring the hell out of him.
That stuff with the tariffs that he backtracked already for a month.
That was so bad.
It's gonna be pain. It's gonna be painful. Like we're closest to Canada and Mexico. We don't need to be making enemies out of those two nations.
Of course not. And from an investor's perspective,
that too.
That even if he wants to do that as leverage, he has created so much insecurity or so much instability because of that game he's playing.
Right.
That he's destabilizing markets. Look, warehouses, corporations have front-loaded the goods that they ordered, front-loaded, just like that happened in COVID.
Right.
Because they have no idea. When you have no idea as a business, you got to prepare yourself for anything. Like, weren't you going through some issues with your molds or something like that?
Yep. Getting them from overseas.
And it's a good thing that you ordered it when you did, because you have no idea if in the next month, because he postponed all that tariff stuff for China, for example, until February. Until now.
Yeah, to now.
But when you had to make that decision, that was back in January. And right now, Nunu's talking about, so you got hit.
Got hit with what?
This is part of the whole tariff thing right here. Nunu.
What is she saying?
I did an order from Temu and now found out I'm not getting it. You know why you're not getting it?
Because he just talked about banning that site.
Not just banning that site. Right now, it's
too.
Yeah, exactly. And that's because of the de minimis tariff, or the de minimis pricing. Or something.
I get what you're saying.
So if you were purchasing Temu specialized and Shane, whatever it's called, they were specializing in products and pricing them under $800. So if you price it at under $800, you're exempt from tariffs. But now Trump is saying, nah, forget about all that. We're not doing the de minimis stuff. So
I'm glad my Temu stuff arrived more than 2 weeks ago. Good night. I needed them. It's a big difference for me to save on those molds for my soaping.
Yeah.
He just messing with everybody's livelihood, and I think it's just BS. But like I said, you get what you vote for. So I don't.
And okay, so from my angle, yeah, I always think there's always one candidate better than the other. But it's not cut and dry like that. It's not cut
It
and dry like
never
that
is. Yeah.
because one, you're gonna have shit in both bags, right?
Yep.
You're gonna have shit. It's
Okay.
just that it's just that one bag will have less shit than the other bag, but they're both shit.
Yep.
But one will have less shit than the other. And my focal point is to get less shit.
Yep.
And but you got to remember you're still getting shit, so you don't just want to stick your hand in the bag.
In bag. Yep.
So, but at least with less shit, there's more options for you to work with. However, it doesn't mean that there aren't options now. It's just that you have to fine tune everything now to make sure that, like, for example, this whole tariff thing is throwing everybody off. It's throwing big businesses off. So now
it messes me up because shea butter has to come from Africa. That's the only continent that it grows on. The shea nut tree.
The shea nut.
Yes, the shea nut. So then I'm making soap. You done pissed off all these African leaders. Where does that leave the more? And that's why I said, and then till I talk to you, it makes sense. I'm glad I'm gonna have to order that when I get paid this week. Order a whole crap ton of it.
Gotta get that shea nut, because if not, and that complicates things for businesses.
For
all this rhetoric, yeah.
Like these small businesses, we're glad that Trump is making people come back in so that they have to eat lunch at our such and such. I'm like, so when he keeps raising the price of fuel, when he keeps raising the price of other things for your rent, and then your sandwiches have to be $20 and your salads $25, and they quit eating there, then what? Trump don't care about y'all. He used you as a guise to make us go back in so that they can get money. Stop it.
Yeah, for the wealthier class to get money. Not there for none of. Well, you know what? In the political world, if we're going to talk about at the national level, the House, the Senate, and the presidency, you might find, I don't know, somewhere between 10 and 15 politicians that are actually doing something for their constituents. We're talking about out of like 500 people. What does the House have? 400 and what? 430? How many?
What you think gonna happen? When is the primary? That's what I'm tripping on.
Well, the primary, I think.
What year is that? 2027?
26.
26? Trump would be in some deep crap if the House and the Senate, which I doubt is going to happen, but it'd be a wild card. If the House and the Senate went back Democrat, he'd be in some deep crap, but he's pissing people off enough that it could happen.
Well, it could happen. Let's see if it happens.
If that happened, he'd be in trouble because they gonna try to get him locked up for them charges that he somehow escaped.
Well, thing is, he's got the Supreme Court in his pocket,
and it'll be that way for a while because those justices he put in are not that old.
They're not leaving it. So the Democrats are trying to, which the Republicans were doing for a while, they want to put term limits on the Supreme Court. Put term limits.
That's going to be hard to do now that he's in because he stacked the SCOTUS and he ain't going to want to do that.
Yep. They're all stacked up. And anything going up the chain in the court system, when it reaches the Supreme Court, everybody's expecting expecting them to decide on his behalf.
That's why I tell people to take my live seriously about building communities and spreading your business and your knowledge to help each other. Them fools don't care. If you're waiting for any of them to care, I don't care if they're a donkey or an elephant, they don't care.
I'm surprised in conversations nobody's ever been able to answer, or nobody's been able to suggest how it is that somebody can run for office and not care about their dirty laundry. They don't care.
Because they care more about the power. They can rationalize having that power base and the access to lobbyists and having their family being taken care of.
I think I think at the top of that list, that you just mentioned, is oh, wow, thank you, Nunu, and thank you, Brian. Thank you so much. This is a legit smile, man. You guys,
really,
yeah, you guys made me happy.
At the top of that list is a lack of shame. That's to me. Somewhere at the top of that, not the tippy top, but somewhere there, you have to lack shame to do the things these people do.
Okay, so you know what is causing that lack of shame? I'm going to add something on top of that too. So here's the reason. What's the one thing that you can get away with and make a fortune as a senator or a representative that you can't do as a regular person? It is insider trading.
Oh yeah,
insider trading. Hey, thank you so much, Nunu. Nunu, I'm gonna have to buy you dinner one of these nights. That was really cool. Let me tell you something. That thing that happened in Philly, when that video you did about that plane crashing, that medical plane crashing, that was crazy. I saw the footage on the news about that. That was
Speaking
insane.
of, now that we're talking about culture on that,
yeah.
Remember I did that video about those white kids that tried to drown a black kid in Massachusetts?
I remember that. Yes, I remember that.
Oh, that gets juicy.
I remember
a black female judge, despite the fact that the ringleader pleaded guilty to trying to kill the kid, or unalive, sorry, because I don't want YouTube to take your stuff down. A black female judge said, let's take the race out of this. Talk about some, she don't think the white kid meant to do it. That kid is about to get 7.
What?
Listen, I'm dead serious. It just came out that he's only getting 720 hours of community service and will not.
What?
And he will not serve a day in jail. And it was a black female judge. Talking about some, let's take the race out of it. Ma'am, they held that boy down.
Even if you take the race out, the act alone, that's attempted murder. What are you talking about? 720 hours.
They purposely tried to drown him and called him the N-word in George Floyd. You can't take the race out because they wanted him dead because he was a black boy, ma'am.
That's true. But even if you wanted to try to take it out, it doesn't take away from the act.
Yes, that's what she was. I'm like, oh my goodness.
It's compounded by the fact that it was racially motivated. But if you're so concerned about that, what about the act? It's still attempted murder.
Yeah, because they pre-planned to get that kid there because they knew he couldn't swim.
That's even worse. You're talking about premeditated. That's worse.
And the white kid who was the ringleader immediately pled guilty because he knew that's what he planned to do. And this stupid woman gonna come back. Let's take the race out of it. This kid is a good kid and didn't mean this. I'm like, what rock are you smoking? A stranger, a grown man on the beach that was witnessing this had to run towards the water to save that boy. he thought he was gonna not have his last breath that day. Let's take
What
out the
the
fact that
hell?
she's a black female judge. The point is the act, it doesn't change the fact that they
It
lured
doesn't.
her.
No, it doesn't change anything. How the hell are you gonna give him? Oh man, come on.
And he pled guilty and told you he did it, and you still let him walk with 720 hours of community service.
That's worse than what I saw today on Miss Sunkist, Queen Sunkist. She had
Do
a
you
live.
know how traumatized that man gonna be?
Who you telling? Who you telling?
If that boy don't trust white people, and I'm not advocating for that because I have no hate in my heart, I wouldn't blame him. Because now he had to learn that lesson the hard way, that somebody of that race can almost drown and take his life, can tell a judge that they did it and get by with it. Quit the lie that we live in a post-racial society. Again, I have no hate in my heart for no race of people. But they intended to take that boy's life at that lake.
Yeah, they did.
They planned it and then lured him there.
Premeditated.
And told the judge that that's what they did.
Premeditated.
720 hours of community service for premeditated murder. Who does this? When the person who started it told you he did it. Now you got these darn neo-Nazis showing up to some black neighborhood in Cincinnati, and then a crowd full of people had to gather and run them out of there.
They done lost their damn minds is what they did.
No, a certain person got elected, and they now think they can say what they want to say. I got to be careful because my husband laying down. I don't want to be too loud. This is why I just talked to y'all, and I got a live on Valentine's telling people don't panic, because that's what they want you to do.
Yeah.
We just got to help each other out here and realize that they ain't never cared about us.
No, they don't. They don't. They do not care.
At the rate Trump is going, he's going to piss people off so bad that it's going to be hard for a Republican to ever be president again.
He's doing such a good job of that.
And like no president has ever signed that many executive orders, and they're sitting up there cheering about making people go back in the office.
This is Miss Queen Sunkist channel. And this was the video she had on today, live, talking DEI and FWA. FWA is foundational white. Let me tell you a little something. Now that you mentioned what this judge decided to give that attempted murder criminal, right? Criminal. Attempted murder. In this video right here, can you see my cursor? Can you see it?
Yeah.
Okay, that video right there. Now that we're on the subject we're on right now. So in that video, that was what you're seeing there is, I guess, after a car chase ended, The person in the vehicle is a white male.
Yep.
As soon as he comes out, he's busting shots. He's busting shots. Let's substitute the white male for a black male.
He be gone.
Thank you. He wasn't gone at all. They were trying to talk him out of it. Sir, don't do that, sir. What? You know our boots would have been smoked. You know that, right?
Yep.
Right off the rip. Our boots would have been smoked. And that's not all. The guy backs out of there because he approaches the officers and they're telling him, sir, don't do that. So he gets back into his vehicle, backs up, destroys the fence that he crashed into, destroys his bumper, drives back to his mother's house where there's another car chase. He's in the house. They come out. They're calling him on the bullhorn or through the PA system on the vehicle. Come out with your hands up and whatever.
Yep.
Starts busting shots again. So they hit him with the bean bags. They hit him with the bean bags.
Yep.
Would they have hit him with the bean bag if he was black?
Nope.
They would have dropped ordnance on his ass. He would have been exploded. He would have been done for. They would have had to shovel the pieces off the ground.
Yep.
So it's like you said. It's like you said. Those are two examples right there.
I'm like you. I'm not trying to panic about any of it, though.
Nah. I mean, think about it. How do we make it this far? I'm including myself, even though I wasn't raised. I wasn't. My ancestors aren't from here. But how do we make it past Jim Crow? How are we still here after Jim Crow? So there must be some way. And community, like you keep preaching, it's probably the most important thing of all in order for us to survive.
This is why, for example, I have people make smart comments on my channel. I just block you now, like I was making that thing because I hate snow, singing about it melting, and then some dummy, if you don't like it, you can always go back to where you came from. When you use those euphemisms, I'm going to block you. And then another person tried to imply that I'm making noise and they just want to enjoy the view. Block. How about your block from my channel? I'm not. I don't have
Right.
It make the common sense would say if you don't like somebody's video or what they say, go to another channel.
Go somewhere else.
Nobody forced you to watch my video.
No. Got to open your mouth and say something derogatory or stupid or hateful.
Yep.
Get the hell out of here.
Do you know why they really do that? Because a lot of them don't have jobs and nothing else better to do. But that's your problem and not mine. So I'm going to block you and be done with you.
So instead of going on a channel and talking all that nonsense, why aren't you looking for a solution?
That's the issue I have, is their lack of solutions.
Go look for a solution, man.
Because notice I give y'all solutions for how to solve stuff. Because if you read this from a biblical perspective, this stuff ain't going to get no better. I'm not here saying Trump is the Antichrist, okay? That's
some people are.
I know there are. Though there are some people that believe that.
Mm-hmm.
But a loaf of bread is going to be worth a day's wages, these prices will never go back down.
If
Go
he
to
continues
somebody
with his, if he
with his,
continues
yeah.
with the tariff stuff, what? You don't think these countries are going to go somewhere else?
It's just going to get a little painful. No, you're making it miserable for everybody else because you know you can afford this stuff and they can't. And the fact that you think that's fair is what's bothersome.
Yeah. That's bugged out.
I don't praise no mortal person. They can all turn on you. So now I'm gonna have to pre-order a whole crap ton of shea butter since he done ticked the African countries off.
Was it necessary?
That's what I'm saying. The question I tell people, and then I got some people that I know, I'm like, I like y'all, but y'all, everything Trump say, y'all eat it up. You know he's breaking laws to do some of this stuff.
He's a politician. That should be automatic right there. That should be automatic. Look, you're a politician, dude. Not and
Yep, block them.
And not just any politician. Okay, you're transactional, dude, 100%.
Because they're talking this trash now because they fail to realize that these tariffs that he's putting is going to affect them. It doesn't matter that you call yourself MAGA. You're still going to suffer. So at what point are you going to get tired of suffering in the name of your hero?
Tell me about their heroes and the farmers.
Because the farmers are already in panic from all of this law.
They're in panic. But dude, this isn't the first time. When he was his first go around, the government had to save you and give you welfare to survive. And many of them, they lost their farms that they've had for generations. They lost them.
And now it's proven that if they can prove you're able-bodied, they're taking your Section 8 now.
Not just the Section 8, food stamps, they want to take that too. You had all these Puerto Ricans voting for Trump. Trump allowed somebody to come on the stage and called your island a garbage island floating in the middle of the ocean.
Yep.
You're cool with that? Now, as a community, we have to continue to vote every day. How? Our transfer of power, our transfer of money. Where's our money going?
Yeah, because you can't fully avoid politics, but if you can't control what politicians do, start forming your own group, figure out everybody's strengths and weaknesses, and we just come together from there and quit waiting on these turkeys.
Got to do another Tulsa.
This time, I think what's happening, I don't even think he really cares about these MAGA people. They just under the delusion that he does.
No, he doesn't. I mean, why would you bring Elon as part of some?
And now some even liberal whites are saying, why don't we just send his ass back to South Africa?
Did you see the video with him and his brother bragging about how they were here illegally, getting paid?
I've heard of it, but I never saw it.
I saw it. That was ridiculous.
I told you if both the House and the Senate go Democrat, Elon is the first one on the chopping block. Trust and believe.
Does it make sense that Elon backed backed Trump with $248 million for his campaign? And then Trump, he ain't denying it. He ain't down with renewing that renewable energy, whatever they got going on. That's how he made most of his fortune. That's how Elon made most of his fortune, through that.
I turned on him when he talked about firing that whole FBI. They had a right to investigate you. And you want to sit here and clean house because you want to stack up with the government with loyalists that only want to worship you. The problem with that is, Trump, there's a thing called the Hatch Act.
It's gonna be, listen, like you said, he's pissing off so many people.
That tariff thing was my final straw. You messing in my business. Now, I don't care what you do, how you built your hotels, what you did back in the 1980s. You're messing with my money.
Right. Can I eat too?
Yes,
I'm not taking from your plate.
I'm not trying, that's what I'm saying. I'm not trying to eat the filet mignon you eat.
And I'm not taking nothing from your plate.
Yep, I just want my baked fish and baked chicken. Is that too much to ask, son?
Yeah. Deportations, you get.
What I don't like about deportations is that Mexicans are blaming us foundational Black Americans, but when some, not all, come over here, they do their best to never be dealt with us. So why are you making that our struggle when y'all don't even like dealing with us?
Hello. Not only that, it was foundational Black Americans who damn near all of them, both male and female, most of them, very high percentage voted for Harris. Okay, and they were warning these people. They were warning them, yo, be careful with this guy. You guys are probably.
I don't like the things he's doing, and because of course I didn't vote for Harris, so I'm paying for who I voted for.
Right.
But the thing about it is to cut Section 8 that fast, to do these tariffs this fast, to be worried about how somebody does their job and where they do their job instead of how they do it. When those tariffs start hitting those MAGA people, then how you gonna feel? Because look at the mess with Hurricane Milton. Oh, we're gonna blame Biden, la la la. Trump ain't
FEMA. He's trying to get rid of FEMA.
Make it make sense that this is the worst time to get rid of FEMA right now.
The fires in the LA, the hurricanes that went through Florida. Listen, these people in North Carolina still need help from that hurricane.
They sure do. Some of them still trapped in there. Some people have to be on food stamps. I didn't know he was trying to get rid of FEMA either, but when he did the tariffs, that's when it was my final straw. Because people don't fail to understand the repercussions of that are about to hit real fast. Why would we piss Canada off of all people? We ain't never really had that type of beef with Canada till he popped up.
Yeah. And if you carefully analyze how the trade is going between U.S. and Mexico, U.S. and Canada, it's pretty well balanced.
Yes.
It's pretty well balanced.
And he messing that up tomorrow. We're going to have a little pain with this. I'm like, no, you're going to piss a lot of people off, and the House and the Senate going to go Democrat, and it's going to be over for you. That's my prediction. He going to make so many people mad that the House and the Senate going to go flip back Democrat.
Flip. Yeah.
Mark my word on that. Because he's taking this stuff too far, man. If you put some tariffs on China, I get that. Them folks built their middle class off of the backs of us losing ours, in my opinion. But we ain't never had no beef with Canada like that.
And you know what?
You don't like Trudeau, and you're blaming all of us because you have a vendetta against Trudeau.
Making it personal.
Who already has resigned as prime minister. He's just waiting for his replacement.
Yeah.
When you
Yeah.
want to punish all of us because of your personal dislike for Canada's prime minister, make it make sense.
No, it doesn't make sense. He's making that thing personal.
And that's the thing you have to know. I didn't like Barack Obama, but one thing I knew about it, sometimes he knew the line between professional and personal.
Yes, and it's important.
This
It's
dude is
important.
this dude is out on a witch hunt trying to find which agents were investigating him so that he can get rid of them first. That's garbage. They were doing their job in the federal government. Them people were doing their job.
Biden got investigated by his own administration. He didn't fire anybody. He didn't fire anybody.
Whatever he did, Mike Pence's wife can't stand him.
Yeah. Well,
it makes you wonder
you talking about Trump?
you know. Yeah, remember Pence was his first vice president.
Yeah, but the thing was that Pence didn't want to do anything unconstitutional when it came to certifying the election. And then when Trump basically said in a roundabout way, Pence dropped the ball. So if they killed him, oh well. Yeah. And Pence's wife was not happy after that.
Who can blame her? Why would you say something like that?
That's crazy. On national TV.
That's what I mean.
Not even behind closed doors.
I am petty though, but he did make that comment about how he's not going to deport Prince Harry because Prince Harry's wife is terrible. I'm like, Trump, you ain't right.
But look at this South African immigrant.
Yeah.
That has so much control. I mean, there are memes calling him the president. That is horrible.
Who grew up under apartheid.
Under apartheid, and his grandfather made a fortune
off of them black folks.
Yes, he did.
Nobody want to talk about that, though.
Nobody wants to talk about that. And then he goes ahead and he does a Zeke Heil in front of everybody.
And my thing is, what I'm tripping on is why are ultra liberals like Mark Zuckerberg and Jeff Bezos kissing his ass?
They were never liberal.
I think they were, but I think they're playing his game because he's in office to save their asses. That's what I think.
And to make more money.
Yep. It's all about them preserving their own heritage for their own families. Because they'll turn on him when a Democrat get in. Watch.
Of course. They're loyal to only one color and one thing, and that's money and power. That's it.
Yep.
That green. Loyal to the green.
That's all it is.
That's it. And more people need to wake up and see it for what it is.
When that tariff thing happened, that's when I was awake. I said, he about to mess up all of our lives. And these MAGA people will sit there and starve and still, King Trump, you're starving, stupid.
Started crying when Vivek Ramaswamy and Elon Musk came out and said, you know what? Yeah, we know y'all don't want these immigrants here. We'll get rid of them. But we're going to replace them with some more immigrants, with some H-1B straight-haired N-word out of India. Okay.
And what's funny is right after he got elected, they done just sent a crap ton of them back to India.
Wow.
It's been all over the news. I can prove it because there's a lady on something called First Post named Palki Sharma, and they showed a United States Air Force plane landing in India, dropping them back off. And look at how quick. Yeah, and look at how quick Vivek was gone. They just Vivek said the
Vivek! What a circus clown.
that dude is the biggest clown of them all.
What a circus clown.
I'm
Look at him
serious.
now.
I didn't believe it until Palki, who is from India and reporting from India, showed that in the plane said U.S. Air Force. I said, wow. And it was one of them big old jumbo jets, too.
And they wanted in a little one. They wanted to pack in as many as they could.
Yep.
Get on out. Oh. So the criminal illegal immigrants are potentially headed to the prisons in El Salvador.
And that's going to be a whole nother monster because that president down there is a beast and he making their life miserable. Especially you'll be in there with all that MS-13. It's about to get ugly down there.
Professor, I don't know if you knew, but MS-13 and the A-Team, it's kill on sight with each other.
Oh, yeah.
But he's got them together in one huge cell. He's got them together.
Yep.
They coexist together.
I have to give the president of El Salvador his flowers because before he locked them all up, they were destroying that country.
Hell yeah. Hey, Nunu, have a good night. Hey, thank you for coming in. Thank you
Yeah.
for the referral. Ooh, I wish I could give you
Thanks
referral
for coming
points.
in.
Yeah. I was reading all your comments, by the way. I didn't want to interrupt.
I saw some video of Nunu with her grandchildren. I hadn't been able to watch too much because of my hiatus.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you've been out. You've been
Yep.
out for the count.
Yep, I've been gone.
But you need that every now and then. You need to
I do.
detox. Yeah. Because this YouTube world can become toxic.
This tariff thing, I'm not panicking, but this sort of bothers me. Because what bothers me is that people who are ultra MAGA don't realize what it's about to cost them.
Oh, but they're crying though. They're crying.
They're crying, but guess what their stupid butts gonna do? Blame the Democrats. Boo-boo, you have a Republican president with a Republican House and a Republican Senate. You can't blame this on the Democrats.
No, you can't. Thank you, Nunu. Thank you.
Thank you, Nunu. I got to catch up with yours as well. Let me write that down. I'll do that tomorrow. I just got another bad migraine. So.
No, migraines are no joke.
Yep.
Migraines are no joke.
You know how you have to close all of, turn off as much lights as you can. Where them idiots that like to spy on me next door have upped the ante and keep their lights on watching my house.
Isn't that a beautiful thing?
Now, like I told you, we ordered a blind that's going to get here at the end of the month. And once that one window's covered, they won't be able to look in my kitchen and in my house no more.
What's up with that?
They've been doing it for a decade. I don't know what some old couple, I don't know what their problem is.
Oh, Lord. Okay. They're all up in the business.
Some old retired couple. And I can't take a picture of their house to show you, but they have a recliner and the wife just literally just sits there for hours watching over here.
Why don't they become content creators? That way they can do.
That's what I'm saying.
So busy.
It's a lot of free museums and stuff around here to do. Why don't you get a life and walk? That's why I'm making soap, and then once that blind comes up, I'm gonna go ahead and start making soap something serious when they're not watching me. Because that night I made that soap, they were sitting in that window like, "What's wrong with these people?"
I'm wondering.
It is kind of laughable. It is funny
Well,
though.
I'm wondering what they're thinking. You with those molds and cutting stuff. I wonder what they think you're doing.
Yep.
Oh, there she goes again. What is that? Is
Yep.
that? I don't know. Huh? Is that stuff? Was that on Breaking Bad? What is that?
Yep.
Oh Lord, hell no.
This tariff stuff though on the real.
It's bad.
And I think there are MAGA people who are already sort of complaining about it.
Not sort of. They're definitely complaining.
Really?
They're trying to act like they're trying to farmers. I've seen interviews with farmers, and they're acting like, what? Finish your sentence. What were you saying? Oh well. I doubt that you'll doubt. You doubt? Did you forget his first term? Did you doubt then?
He came in acting like a petulant brat, signing freaking stuff, threatening people right off the rip. He started the day he got inaugurated.
Didn't even wait.
Yeah, didn't even waste it. At least the other people rested. No, he didn't even wait. Well, we're all gonna feel a little pain. No, you're gonna piss off a lot of people, and then the House and the Senate gonna go back Democrat. That's what's gonna happen. Because Chuck Schumer is like showing his behind right now.
Oh, yeah, Schumer, the chameleon. Him and Pelosi, both chameleons.
I don't trust them either. Just like I don't. Yeah. But at the same time, they are raising some legitimate concern.
No, right now they are.
This tariff stuff, it don't matter if you Democrat or Republican. If you ain't making no money, it's gonna hurt you.
Don't matter. It's gonna bring down the economy.
Been telling people these rich people do this stuff on purpose. And when the recession lifts, you think them eggs gonna go back to being $3 a carton? No.
Neither is gas.
Gas ain't going back down.
No. All that drill, baby, drill. That's all rhetoric. That's all
rhetoric, boo-boo. He just talking out of his behind. He had a whole first 4 years to do that and didn't do it.
The oil industry is so powerful. Yeah, they kicked out a lot of money for his campaign. But it's like I had mentioned in previous videos. When it comes to politics, you can say whatever the hell you want. The person that's putting up the money for your campaign, that's who you're going to be responding to. That's who you owe. So even if he's saying, drill, baby, drill, listen, oil companies are not going to participate in no drill, baby, drill because you're not going to increase the amount of commodity, which will cause the price to go down, which will cause the profit margins to shrink. They're not going to do that. But these MAGA, we're going crazy. Yeah, drill, we're going to drill, baby, drill. It ain't going to be no drill, baby.
It's just not happening, no.
And here's another thing that I had mentioned in previous videos. I said that with Trump's first presidency, the relationship he had with Putin was one thing. And he's already demonstrating that now it's completely different. Because now he sees how weak Putin is.
Yep.
Ukraine has rare earth, which is very important for advanced technology. So, and we're going on a whole month where the war was supposed to have ended. It didn't end. And he's negotiating. Putin wants to negotiate. Putin wants hey, Average Asia, you're back. Thank you for coming back. So now, with how weak Putin looks, and the fact that the Ukraine has rare earth in abundance. Those negotiations are not going to go the way Putin probably wants them to go.
That's why he wanted Harris to win.
Yep. Yep. Because Trump, being the transactional individual that he is,
Yep.
he's going to take total advantage of Putin's weakness, and he knows that. And now Iran is in the mix. Trump can't stand Iran. He can't stand Iran.
And I think Iran would have benefited from a Harris presidency too.
Yeah, because they would have gave him back his. They would have taken off those sanctions because he was complying. Their economy was starting to boom. Iran's economy was starting to boom when Obama did what he did with Iran. Then when Trump came in and cut his wings, man, they're on some haterade right now. They're on some haterade, and anything they could do to help the Russians. Yeah, and then the Russians were in Syria, and this is how bad their situation is. They couldn't even defend the Syrian government. It fell into the hands of the rebels, and the Russians had to put their tail between their legs, get the hell up out of there.
Yep.
And China, economically, they are struggling.
All of this is going to get worse.
It's got to come to a head.
Yep.
Come to a head, and then Trump is talking about putting boots on Panama, taking Greenland.
Oh yeah, that's what I want to talk. This Greenland thing, he pissing King Frederick of Denmark off with that too.
Not just him, a lot of people in Denmark.
Even Greenland is saying they don't want. I'm like, come on, why do you keep talking about buying Canada and Greenland, man? You just jumping the shark at this point and making yourself look like you mentally unstable, man. Like, who cares about this? How about fixing America, making America great, like you said, talking about some Greenland? Leave them folks alone.
They don't want to be down with the U.S.
I thought he was joking, then he kept talking about it. I'm like, this is stupid. Come on, man.
He's making this a serious issue.
Yeah, it's like, it's not that. Just leave them folks alone, man.
Let them eat.
Let them eat. Let them be, and let them be happy. What you got to mess with people for?
These people from Greenland have a greater connection with the Inuit from Canada than they do anyone down here.
Because even the Danes went in and took over them folks for a while.
Yeah.
And invaded them. But they still rather be a part of Denmark than us.
Yes, they do.
Leave them people alone.
Leave them alone, man. People up in their business. Leave those people alone.
Leave them alone. Good night. I got to be so silly. It's like, this dude is doing some old crazy stuff, and
he's wilding out. Wilding out. Came in with the tariffs right off the rip. Sent the markets going down.
It's like as is people struggling, and you're going to say, well, there may be a little bit of pain. Quit pacifying. You're going to piss people off. But this is my thing. Since he's given it 30 days, people better start ordering what they need before March, or it's over.
Before his inauguration, warehouses were already front loaded.
Really?
Yeah, before his inauguration, they were front loading. They were front loading because they were afraid that he was going to apply the tariffs right away, and all those goods coming into the country, they were going to be a lot costlier. It's going to cause inflation.
See, I'm happy I got enough rice and beans, and then I know enough independent farmers that we buy half a cow. I still got a lot of that meat in my freezer downstairs.
Look at that. Look at that.
You're going to have to go local economy. That's the only way. That's going to be too expensive. I said it's going to cost y'all money either way.
It is.
At the rate that this dude is going, you're gonna take some and sustain losses. There's no
Better
way
learn how.
that
Better learn how to
the
barter.
no yes. Why do you think I started making soap again? Not just to sell it eventually, because I'm gonna have to barter it.
Better learn how to barter. And then
I
he's
don't
on these crazy
yeah.
uh, Bitcoin schemes and all these other schemes with
Oh,
cryptocurrency.
and even Melania has her own coin. I'm like, this is so stupid. People are laughing at the United States.
They are. I was expecting a phone call from my homeboy in Spain. We spoke yesterday. He was supposed to call me today, but he never got around to it. But
Nice, you got
conversation,
homeboys in Spain.
yeah, Spain, Greece, Italy, the Netherlands.
Must be
Yeah,
nice.
I got family. I got this guy's like my brother, really.
I
But
got half black, half white cousins in the Netherlands. I never met them. I've only seen photos. When they came to Alabama to visit, I was here in Washington, so I missed them.
yeah, I got family in Europe, and I communicate with them, and they're telling me that Trump is looking crazy.
Looking crazy is an understatement. He looking unhinged at this point.
Certified unhinged. They're asking me, "Yo, what the hell's wrong with your boy?" I said, "What? What are you talking about? With Trump? What's wrong with that dude?" Sorry. Listen, man. I don't know.
Those tariffs are gonna hurt us. I don't lose sleep over it, but I'm glad that I've done a lot of prepping for things.
I'm
Because
afraid.
huh?
I'm afraid it's gonna draw us into isolationism. That would be real bad.
Yep.
That would be real bad. All our allies are probably getting ready to do business with everybody else now. It's going to be like that. If trading with the U.S. is going to be such a complication, why not? If you need agriculture and livestock, then you just deal with Argentina and Brazil.
I'm gonna tell you right now, that Brazilian beef is top notch.
And Argentinian, they're both tough.
And both of them top notch. How
Mhm.
you gonna compete with that? A good chunk of our pork goes to China, and now you done piss them off.
Soybeans too.
So you see what I'm saying? The rabbit hole we're down.
Yeah, because China could just say, you know what, you're gonna, because they already got tariffs on China, but you're gonna put another 10% on top of that. That's how the farmers got in trouble the first time around. Because that's exactly what they were. They went to Argentina and to Brazil. Buy the soy off Brazil, and we'll get the pork off of Argentina, whatever.
That's okay. I go back to the farmer's market. The first thing I'm gonna do is find all the people who sell meat, because I can grow the vegetables. That's easy enough. But I'm gonna find all the people that grow meat and start building those relationships again. Even simple thing like pottery for my kitchen, like plates and stuff. Build relationships with those people, like I've been doing.
Yeah.
If
That's
you
how
ain't
it's done.
have to be done, because if you ain't started building those relationships locally, and even you and I have built a relationship, because I'm gonna be giving you soap, and then you're giving me some advice about the markets.
Oh, I'm gonna hook you up. I got a portfolio ready for you. Nice, prepped, good to go.
You see what I'm saying? Quit waiting for these clowns to do what you can do for yourself.
Mm-hmm.
The farmers market's too pricey. I've had people complain. I'm like, okay, suffer then, because the grocery stores, even my discount grocery store during COVID got bad, and those prices hadn't gone down.
Haven't gone down.
And it's not going to.
Mm-hmm. especially
got
now that they want to deregulate. Let me tell you something. The reason why the prices of food and petroleum or gas didn't go up any higher was because of that lady, Lena Khan, at the Federal Trade Commission. She got all over their butt. But there ain't going to be no more Lena Khan.
that messed me up because I was about to order some stuff from Shein too because my cousin's daughter starts kindergarten this year. He messing with everybody's life with this stupid stuff.
Hmm. Is it necessary?
No,
No. What are you mad? What are you mad about, especially with China, when those are American companies that left here to go to China for what? Cheap labor.
labor. Yep.
Don't hate the player. Hate the
When you
player.
can't hate the game, you have to control it. And his incessant need for control is about to hurt all of us.
It's gonna hurt us.
Again,
Right.
people are like, my one boss, I'm losing sleep over the fact that they making us come back to work. Not me. At least I got a job. But see, the thing about it is these tariffs is a whole nother monster. Y'all, I love avocados. Do you
It's
know
the
where
strong
we get
part.
most of those?
Mexico.
You better be glad, at least us in Washington, we probably get our pineapple from Hawaii because we're just right there.
They don't. They get it from south of the border.
That too. South of the border provides us a lot, and y'all are about to find out real quick.
It's gonna hurt.
Just like I like a particular flavored water, seltzer water called Topo Chico from Mexico.
Oh yeah. Yep. Yep.
During the pandemic, you could not find that at the grocery store. It had started disappearing. People bought it out quick.
You need to recognize.
Better recognize real fast how ugly this is about to get.
Playing with people's lives unnecessary.
Unnecessarily. It's the tariffs that I'm like, this dude, I deeply regretted my vote. This dude is,
Wow.
in the FBI thing, they were under another administration. They did what they were hired to do. And you're targeting them for doing their job. That's dumb.
And the head of the FBI, Ray, was appointed by Trump.
And now he fighting Trump because he refuses to fire his agents.
He resigned.
Did he resign?
Ray resigned.
Okay, I didn't know he went on ahead and resigned. I knew he had refused to fire those agents. He said he wasn't
He
going
did
to
refuse to fire those agents, and he resigned because he knew what he was in for with Trump. He knew it.
Stuff is garbage, man.
Yes, it is. It's putting a strain, financial strain. Financial strain.
And people being distracted. Oh, the Super Bowl. I ain't watching no stupid Super Bowl. I don't give a dang who win. I'm a Super Bowl at bed early tomorrow night.
Yep, you hit the nail on the head. That's just a distraction. That's all it is.
That's all it is. And you tell these idiots, these sports stars and these movie stars were brought in all along to distract you. Y'all be caring about who lied, cheated, and stole, who robbed somebody's Hollywood Hills home. It don't affect you. But not having a roof over your head and food should.
Stadiums. What are they a model of? The Roman Colosseum.
Colosseum, yeah.
And what was the Roman Colosseum for? To distract the population because of the economic condition that the Roman Empire was in. And people went hungry. So they entertained them so that they wouldn't revolt.
Look at what happened in New Orleans before the Super Bowl when that dude took that truck and ran folk down.
That was
It
insane.
that was insane. But the point is, Distraction Nation. That whole
Mhm.
Super Bowl, that stupid music, all that's one big gigantic distraction. Those of us who are awake are building just enough wealth to take care of our families.
Yeah,
Well,
yeah.
when are you idiots gonna wake up?
That's the problem. That's the major problem. These
We'll
people
be
are so
talking,
worried about Ice Spice, and
and it's already rumored that her career is already tanking, and she just came
oh,
out less than 3 years ago.
my girl's gone. Sexy Red,
You think so?
gone. She's gone. What
They
did
don't.
Shannon contribute? Even that song Pound Town was a remake. Wasn't even hers.
And she took it too far because little girl started singing Pound Town, and that was the beginning of the end for her.
And twerking.
Twerking, elementary school twerking to Pound Town, and that was the beginning of the end for Sexy Red.
Beginning of the end. Yeah. But that's more important. That's more important than starting your own vegetable garden. It's more important than that.
I
Become
understand why people don't watch your videos and my videos. They'd rather be entertained than to see what's happening around them. And they don't know this is like Pan playing the flute and walking their asses off the cliff like sheep.
That's a fact.
So I tell you what, when you do go down, I'm going to give you a good example right now. How I told you people at my job don't like me, but they didn't know that I was still paying for my parking in case Trump did get elected. And that ain't the only reason because I had been going in the office anyway.
Mm-hmm.
Now that they have no parking, they're all starting to get nice to me and trying to figure out each other's schedules. And my answer is no.
Hey Tara, where you been at?
They know they're doing this little thing like thumbs up in my post and stuff. I'm like, you don't even like me. Why are you doing that? I
Yeah.
don't do one-sided relationships. Y'all sat on this job for 2 years, ignored me. If I sent you emails, you dismiss me. Now, when you need me for something, when that man got elected on November 7th, y'all should have already been finding parking because he said he was going to take telework from federal workers. You're not going to disrupt my peace asking for a ride to work. And since the union just said that all non-supervisors in my office don't have to come back till March 10th, that gives you a month and a day to go look for some parking. Don't come ask me for nothing.
Yeah. And thank God you're strong-willed and you ain't letting them bowl you over.
No, they think because I'm quiet, my quietness is weakness, and they're going to find out, but they tiptoe around me. You're intimidating. Good. I came here to work and go home.
Exactly. I ain't come here to make friends.
Friends. Yep.
I'm here to do my job.
Y'all act
And I'm
like
not
y'all didn't want me here. Yeah.
yeah. And I'm not gonna give you fodder for you to go snitching and telling the supervisors anything about me.
Nope. They be asking us about our parking, and I've refused to tell them that I got that parking pass. I'm telling you nothing.
Right.
And then watch some people, well, we have the same schedule. I'm gonna straight up ask them, what does my schedule have to do with you?
You ain't ride sharing with me. Fuck out of here.
Sure ain't. I'm not doing this because I know it's not Christ-like behavior to be stingy, but I know if the shoe was on the other foot, they wouldn't reach out to help me.
So that was a struggle for me, whether or not a decision like that was stingy or not. And no, it's not stingy. It's being accountable. You had plenty of time to decide what to do, and you chose to be entertained and not handle
Do
your
it.
business.
Yep.
How did it suddenly become my business?
That's what I'm saying. How is it my fault?
It's not. It's not your fault. It's not your business. They had plenty of time to prepare, just like you did. How was it you managed to get prepared and they didn't? What happened?
Yep.
That was a conscious decision that you made, knowing the circumstances. You had as much access to information to create your plan just as they did. What they do with the information, wipe their ass with it.
Yep.
What do you want now? Can't help you. No.
And that's the
I'm
thing.
a, I'm a,
People would much. I know it's about time for you to get off and rest, and me too, because of this headache. I mean, it's not as bad as it was. People would much rather be entertained. And you know what? I'm so terrible. I didn't realize till like this morning that the Super Bowl is tomorrow because I just don't give a crap.
the only reason I found out was because of all the signs at this one truck stop. You have to order. You need to order today for the pizza tomorrow. I'm like, what the hell's going on? And then it had the Super Bowl thing. I said, oh, okay. I didn't even know. No, I don't even. I got no clue as to what the hell's going on with the entertainment world. Not in sports, not in movies, not in anything.
They keep throwing that whole Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce stuff, and then
What
they're
do
like,
I care?
like, what do I care? And they're like, oh, because these two, before he plays in the Super Bowl, I'm like, oh, the Super Bowl's tomorrow. And I'm like, you know what? I really don't give a crap.
Yeah, me either. Hell do I care? How does that put money in my pocket?
That's what I'm saying. I thought the same thing. How is it helping me build community and wealth? It's not, but it's building for those idiots.
Exactly. And it's taken out of mine.
And somebody
Yeah.
said something profound and gave prophecy about the NFL. The way that thing goes, how they make you pay for those tickets, as big as those arenas are, that can't sustain itself long term. Look at how much you have to pay whoever gonna perform. I can't even tell you who's performing.
You know.
I don't know and don't care.
Oh.
They said Kendrick Lamar, but my thing is like I could not name a single Kendrick Lamar song to you because I don't care. I just know how the guy looks and I know his name.
Mm-hmm.
I don't care.
Nope. You ain't gonna get my power. You're gonna have me transfer power to you. What do I get out of it? I get nothing.
Nothing. Yep.
A reduction in power, and you ain't gonna share your ride with me after I contributed to your power along with everybody else. You ain't gonna let me hang at your crib, at your mansion, not even for a day, not even for a minute. I knock on that door, they're gonna say, "Who the hell are you?" So I'm a contributor to your power. What?
It's the same thing with that work situation. They'll just go back in the office and act like they don't know me all day, but they suddenly know me when they need my free gas and my parking space. No, keep that energy, because now you're assuming you can use me for something. When they sent out that thing, oh, everybody named their parking. I went delete. You can't fire me for not telling you.
Yeah. I did my duty as a responsible human being.
Yep.
Y'all got it twisted. Y'all got entertained. Y'all got suckered. Hey, painful, but
as soon as that man got elected, before he got elected, Trump is one of them people that he's bullish and hard head. When he tell you he gonna do something, he gonna do it.
Do it.
And now they just told you got till March 10th. That's more than a month to go find parking. Leave me alone.
Yeah, don't bother me.
Don't bother me.
I ain't got time for that. I got soap to make, and I got some neighbors that think I'm making something else. So
yeah.
I got my own issues. Y'all can go about your business.
Them people people are weirdos, dude. She literally wakes up on my schedule every morning and will sit in that chair for hours.
I wonder what she's doing. What's she cutting up now?
Yep. Weirdo stuff. Even when I'm prepping dinner, she'll be sitting there watching. I'm like, if you see me slicing potatoes and then
She's
eating
eating the
potatoes,
dogs. He's eating the cats.
don't
Oh,
worry.
her husband over to the
I'm not.
window. Look,
Yeah, I'm not gonna put sugar in no pot. Don't worry about it. I'm not eating my cat.
have you seen her cat around lately?
Can you imagine somebody being that big of a loser that now that you've caught on, they'll wake up when you do and then sleep when you do?
Damn,
No,
they're
she's
not
so
alive.
weird. That sometime last week she turned off all her lights and didn't realize I could still see them sitting in the chair like,
Oh my god. Nah, that's
and all I
that's
need
OP.
is I got one custom made blind. As soon as that blind gets up, you won't look in my house no more. And I told God I'm gonna pray that night when that blind goes up and I don't ever want to think about him again.
You're gonna put a hurt on them.
Yep,
Can't be nosy no more.
yep.
That's gotta be painful.
And when I start going back in the house, back to work regular, I gotta be up at 3 or 4 in the morning. You're retired. You gonna do that again? Because that's what they used to do. Get up when I get up in the morning. Some mornings.
We're getting up earlier now.
Yep.
Y'all ready for that?
Y'all ready for that?
Don't think I don't know.
I just think that's weirdo stuff. Go get a life. But
It
the
is
thing
weirdo.
is, y'all knew this transactional president was coming in. Don't ask me for no ride to work.
Nah, man, get your own shit. What?
And watch him pull that we're a family. I'm like, that's funny because I haven't felt like family since I got here because of y'all's clicks. Why you think I'm meeting with the union rep and trying to get in the union? They try something, I'm gonna go to the union. Because
Yeah,
I just hit my 19 years on January 26th. This is why they
Lord.
tiptoe around me because I do what they say, do my job and go home.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, this reminds me of Mr. Burns. Transactional people never cease to amaze me.
Oh,
They really think because I'm quiet, that I'm stupid and naive. I'm gonna give you my naive if you ask me anything that's not work related.
they're looking at you like a tool
Yep.
for their own benefit.
You have never liked me. Y'all have always been in your cliques. You only deal with me with work related stuff. Now you done got nice this week. It doesn't do anything for me.
All of a sudden, what was that?
I'm serious. It changed this week because they realized we know Tara might got that parking pad. How does she park? And if they don't know, they know I have secured parking and want to know how. Like, nope, don't ask me nothing.
I don't know.
I don't know.
It's magic.
And what I think they gonna do is use my new supervisor who don't know much. I'm gonna tell you like this: in the 2 years I've been here, these people have acted like they never wanted me here. So why do they get to ask me for anything? And I'm gonna tell him everything. I say, why do you think since you checked in a few weeks ago, I'm quiet? I don't trust these people. They've never wanted me here, but they want my parking.
Have they been living under a rock? It's the
Right.
quiet ones you got to watch out for.
Yep.
It's the quiet ones.
Yep.
Get it
They're not
twisted.
living. Yeah, you're not living under a rock. Donald Trump told y'all when he got elected what he was going to do. When he said it in November, you should have been finding parking
Right away.
right away,
You didn't,
which
you
means
didn't believe him? So why'd you vote for him if you didn't believe him?
and even if you didn't, he's the president and he wants the federal workforce back.
Gave
You
you
should
plenty
have
of
been,
time.
you should have been looking for parking then.
You should have done. Wait a minute. How come Tara got it and you don't? What?
And then it's really going to blow their mind because I got receipts to prove that the entire time I've been teleworking, I've been still paying for that parking space.
So they ain't got nothing to say.
Sure don't. because I've been going in the office because the security officer, our head security, would come joke with me some days.
Now the
They
joke's
all
on them.
now the joke's on y'all. Because the president can mandate federal workers go on to federal installations.
Mm-hmm. Just can't fire them like that.
Can't fire him like that. What this crap he's on, he can be sued for that. But he can make you go back in. Oh, to their surprise, I'm already paid up to April. And then when I get paid this time, I'm going to pay up to June, boo-boo.
Ooh. Rub it on their skin like lotion. Yeah.
Yep.
Read that. Read that.
I already
dummy.
know what they're going to do. We're all one big happy family and a team. Oh, we're really a team now. So let me ask you a question. When I ask questions, where is this team then? Because I get ignored.
Where's the team been?
Where's the team been? What is it? Where's this family been?
Is this a new team? What is this?
Yeah. What is this?
There was no team before. This is a new team, right? Is that what this
Yep.
is? Must be,
Right.
because the past I needed a team and there was no team. This is a new thing.
I'm not being mean to these people, Mr. Burns.
No.
I'm protecting my peace. You don't go for 2 years acting like you don't know somebody and don't want to deal with them. And then, oh, now you're convenient for me. No, you're inconvenient for me now. So keep your distance.
Let them eat cake.
Yep. Eat that cake. Eat the whole thing too, boo-boo.
Eat it.
Eat it.
You baked it. Eat it.
Eat it. And all these people that are your so-called work friends that you're clicking with, ask them to help you.
Ain't no help. Suddenly they got a bunch of things to do that they never had to do before.
Do you see what I'm saying? Now these people gonna find out who really liked them and who didn't. See, this is why I never got involved in those clicks at this job.
Oh yeah. These clicks are the worst.
Because all these people that you think liked you don't really like you like that. And you about to find out real fast.
And
Oh,
it's
Tara,
a
I'm like, no.
sour taste.
And watch them because they're gonna go to leadership, and I'm gonna tell leadership the same thing.
Yeah.
No one's getting in my car, and if they threaten to take my 410 schedule, so be it. I'll go work 5/8, but ain't nobody getting in my car, and you can't make me do that. See, this is why I'm polite to people, and you have to be careful of who you mistreat. Because
Absolutely.
because you never know when you're gonna need those people. And all of a sudden this week, all these people are getting nice to me. I'm like, don't play games with me. I'm not quiet as I look.
Diplomacy.
Yep.
I learned that the hard way.
It was
And my
funny.
mom was the best.
They sent out this thing. Everybody, if you can just fill this parking, as soon as it hit my email, delete. Trying to figure out who lives where and who can help who. I'm like, I'm not, what do I look like? Driving Miss Daisy? No,
Ain't happening.
ain't happening.
No. Don't let them.
Nope.
Don't let them. They're full of it.
Yep.
Well, Professor.
Yeah, it is that time to get off. I need to go lay back down and turn my lights off because dummy is still across the street spine.
Jesus. Yeah, I'm going to do the same. I want to knock out.
Yep.
Thanks for coming back, Professor.
You welcome.
You're one of the most needed hosts that I have. Co-host. The co-host with the mo-host.
All righty then. Let me
All right,
type it
Professor.
in. Good night, Mr. Burns.
Good night. Stay fresh.
Keep it profitable.